Part 15. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 142. Sakakibara leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs in front of the coffee table. The TV in front is broadcasting today's variety show. On the coffee table are three main dishes that he spent more than an hour preparing tonight: pan-fried fish, stir-fried pork, and steamed scallops. Plus an egg drop. Ever since he reached the master level in cooking, he felt like he couldn't even eat food that wasn't cooked by himself. It's better to cook for yourself and eat whatever you want. It took half an hour to finish dinner slowly, and it was around 8 p.m. Sakakibara stood up and put away the dishes, put the uneaten food in the refrigerator, and ate the remaining scallop with chopsticks. He wrapped the food residue in the paper towels prepared in advance, carried the plate, and walked to the kitchen to throw it away. After quickly washing several plates and bowls, Raku Sakakihara wiped his hands and took a look at the real-time surveillance screen of this one-family building. Julie Yulai was still standing outside waiting. She faced the door. From the time I arrived here in the afternoon, it probably took almost 3 hours. Sakakibara looked back at the dimming sky outside the window. It's not that he doesn't understand Julie Yulai's thoughts. Julie Yulai now wants to get his forgiveness. Fundamentally speaking, Julie Yulai is a kind and gentle person, there is no doubt about this. This relationship that started with deception eventually lost to her own character. Precisely because she knew this was deception and irresponsible for her brother's feelings, when she realized this, she wanted to end this twisted relationship. Take the initiative to tell yourself about the deception. This is also what she wants to do to save herself when she realizes her mistake. In fact, from the day he went to the airport to find her, Julie Yulai had already realized that he was wrong, wanted to make amends and retain her, and also planned not to deceive her brother again. Ken. Sakakibara couldn't accept it? Totally unacceptable. In any case, it is true that she deceived herself and played with her own feelings. Even if this was not her real purpose, it was the fact. Because of this, Sakakihara Raku has no intention of forgiving Julie Yulai. Sakakibara took off his apron and glanced at the dozens of emails on his phone. More than a dozen, sorry. Sakakibara wanted to laugh so much. Does this work? Raku Sakakibara came to the door of the house and opened the door. Tianhai Julie Yulai was still standing here. As soon as she heard the sound of opening the door, she immediately raised her head. Elder brother. The girl's face is very soft, her height of 170 centimeters, flaxen hair hanging down her shoulders, and her eyes make her look very beautiful. A very iconic beautiful girl. She also has a good personality. She is gentle and generous to others, but shy and blushing towards her boyfriend. Definitely the perfect girlfriend. Sakakibara glanced at her. Is there anything you want to say to me? Mainly, I want to apologize to my brother and ask you to give me a chance. If the apology is useful, I will directly accept your apology and follow you back obediently. Tianhai Julie Yulai didn't know what to do when faced with his reply. She also thought about how to compensate her brother, but after thinking about it for a long time, she realized that there seemed to be nothing in her that her brother needed. Sorry. Don't say you're sorry, Sakakihara laughed. Kurayuri, if you just want to say these words to me, please go back. I just want peace and quiet now, I don't need your apology, let alone you. I'm sorry to bother you, okay. When Tianhai Julie Yulai heard this, his heart became even colder. When he looked at his brother again, he realized that he already hated her so much. She was so upset that she even forgot what she wanted to say to him for a while. Her hands were tangled in front of her. Sakakibara smiled and said, "You don't have to explain anything. I know why you want to deceive me. I also know that you have slowly withdrawn and then don't want to hurt me. But are these important? Haha, things have happened, now these are not important. Now Julie Yulai only has 4 words, cheating on feelings. Of course Tianhai Julie Yulai didn't think so, that's not the case. I actually also like me? Julie Yulai, may I ask, what do you want me to believe in you? Dot. This is how you feel to me now. What matters is not thoughts, but actions. Go back. Tianhai Julie Yulai held his hand just as he was about to close the door. Brother, what do you want me to do before you forgive me? Sakaki Hara suddenly grabbed her wrist with his backhand, pressed her to the wall at the door, and lifted her hands up. Tianhai Julie Yulai was startled by his sudden movement. She leaned against the wall, closed her eyes and turned her face to the side. She pursed her lips and clamped her legs, showing a weak posture that allowed herself to be manipulated. Sakakibara held her 2 wrists up with his left hand, lifted the hair next to her right ear with his right hand and said, Julie Yulai, you don't have to ask me to forgive, but you have to think about it yourself. You have hurt someone and then ask the injured person what compensation you need. Isn't this ridiculous? Stop pestering me, okay? These thunderous words reached his ears faintly. Tianhai Julie Yulai's pupils shrank first, and then he closed his eyes with tears in his eyes. Sorry. Sakakibara let go of his hand and didn't look at her again. Instead, he closed the door with a bang. Sakakibara returned to his room, opened his hands, and lay down on the bed. He exhaled. Try to relax your body as much as possible. Looking at the dim light above his head, he felt a little dazed. He raised his arm tied with a colorful knot, opened his palm, and faced the window at night. Then through a rare gap, he caught a glimpse of the night sky. Stars. The night was quiet and he was the only one in the room. Stars dotted the night. After looking at them for a long time, he didn't know that the light that was hundreds of millions of light years away actually made his heart feel cold. In a daze, he seemed to see a Ling seeing the scenes of her first acquaintance with the 2 sisters, running with Julie Yulai, and quarreling with Chi Minjiao. Those simple scenes, yet as distant as the other world. I can't believe that a month has passed and there are still some things that I can't let go of. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Scenes of memories that seemed both real and illusory were rushing back and forth in his mind and dreams. The next day, Raku Sakakibara woke up from the sun falling on his face. He held his head that was particularly painful, subconsciously started to get up, squinted his eyes, got dressed, and then started to make breakfast. Beat an egg and fry slowly in a pan. Ailing, what do you want for today's eggs? Before Sakaki Hararaku finished speaking, he suddenly looked up and found that the originally bustling living room was now empty. The stools at the dining table were also empty. It turns out those last night were not dreams. Sakakibara stared blankly for a while, until his nose smelled the smell of fried eggs on the pan, and then he came back to his senses. Ah, it was a mistake, it was too careless. He turned off the fire and poured the fried eggs into the trash can. After washing the pan, I added another egg. After making the omelette, I got myself some bacon, warmed the bread with butter, stir-fried some lettuce, and planned to make myself a breakfast sandwich. When you're done, plate the sandwiches and take them away, and use gloves to remove the milk from the microwave. When he came to the living room and faced the pretty good breakfast on the table, Sakaki Hara smiled, then crossed his fingers with his hands, raised them high above his head, and stretched comfortably. Eat. After breakfast, Raku Sakakibara went out, said hello to the old ladies on the street as usual, took the bus to the subway entrance, and then took the middle line from the subway entrance to the platform near the school. Mingde School of Education Station. Mingde School of Education Station. Passengers who need to get off please. As a large number of office workers poured out of the subway, stood on the elevator in the dense crowd, and walked through many passages, Sakaki Hararaku finally walked out of the subway station. Facing the road, There is an uphill road full of students, with ginkgo trees standing on both sides. The wind blew from the side of the uphill road, the golden leaves of the ginkgo trees rustled, and the surrounding students were bustling with activity. Unfortunately, Sakakibara saw a person in such a beautiful morning scene, and that person also saw himself. It's Tianhai Kaimingyu wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The two looked at each other in the crowd. Unlucky. Sakakibara turned his eyes to the side and curled his lips in disgust. But what was even more unfortunate was that she walked towards him. And it attracted a lot of attention. Sakaki Hararaku felt like he was about to become a star. Thank you so much. He took the initiative to straighten his waist. What do you want Miss Tianhai to do? My sister cried for a long time when she went home last night. I think she knew she had done something wrong. Oh. Don't get me wrong, this is just to inform you of the situation, nothing more, Tianhai Kaimingyu said in her usual indifferent tone, and then she walked up the slope carrying a small school bag that only girls can carry. Leave now. Sakaki Hararaku didn't even want to watch her leave. Although Chi Minjiu is not as outrageous as Julie Yulai, she is definitely guilty of harboring criminals. She may not have known about it on the day of the forced kiss, but she definitely knew about it later. Moreover, after Julie Yulai confessed to herself, and combined with Nan Mingyu's idea of liking herself, Sakaki Hararaku roughly guessed the meaning of Nan Mingyu's previous behavior. She likes herself, but she still wants to help her conquer Julie Yulai, hoping that she and Julie Yulai will become a couple. This led to Julie Yulai, who was aware of Chi Minjiu's thoughts, also wanted to make her sister happy and deliberately stimulated her. A sister wants herself and her sister to be happy, and a sister wants herself and her sister to be happy. Such twisted emotions ultimately created the current situation. It's not strange. Sakakibara understands their thoughts. But I can't accept being kicked around by them like a ball. Emotions are not playthings. Compared with Julie Yulai, Chi Minjiu was indeed better because she was helping him, but later, something seemed wrong with Chi Minjiu. At first thought, there seemed to be nothing wrong with them, but upon second thought, she was indeed playing with her feelings. The two of them are too complicated. Alas, my head is going to explode when I think about the two sisters. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Anyway, during this period, I just need to reduce contact with them. Yes, that's right, don't say a word to them. As for falling in love? Falling in love is useless for learning. Raku Sakakihara came to the classroom, waited until the morning meeting was over in the classroom, and then started studying and previewing day after day. The second class is over. Sakakihara was resting on the table, turning his head sideways as he turned the pages of a book that was illuminated by the light outside the window. Irritable. Very upset. If you ask why I feel irritable, it's probably because I didn't sleep well at night. Holy shit, Sakakibara. Sakakibara. What are you doing? You're so impatient. Sakakibara didn't raise his head, but from the sound, he knew it was Fujino calling him from behind. He seemed very excited and kept pushing his back. Hurry up, hurry up. Your love is coming. Love, what kind of love? No interest, love is bullshit. What nonsense are you talking about? You said you wanted to have a girlfriend last semester. Today is different from the past. Zhu Yuanzhang was still a beggar back then. Fujino Yoshiyuki doesn't care whether Zhu Yuanzhang is Zhu Yuanzhang or not. He only knows that the most beautiful girl in the school has come to see him and is waiting for him at the door of the classroom. He took Raku Sakakibara's arm and was about to get up. Holy shit, get up quickly, get up and turn around. I guarantee you won't regret it. Oh, that's okay, that's okay. Sakaki Hararaku was made a little impatient by him, and the classmates in the class seemed to be discussing something. Sakaki Hararaku reluctantly turned his head and looked at the place where Fujino told him. At the door was a girl with long flaxen hair, and standing there was Tianhai Julie Yulai. Sakaki Hararaku immediately turned his head 90 degrees. Hey hey. Fujino Yoshiyuki couldn't understand it at all. The most beautiful girl in the school came to you. You guys don't know what to do. If it were him. Don't talk about him anymore. As long as he is a normal boy. A beautiful girl comes to find me, how can I not get along with her? Raku Sakaki Hara's performance can simply be described as outrageous. Fujino Yoshiyuki had a strange expression, leaned into Sakakibara Raku's ear and said. It's Minister Tianhai who's looking for you. Oh, tell me you're not available. No time? You don't have time here. Sakaki Hara held his face with one hand, his eyes half opened, holding the pen between his fingers and spinning, I just don't have time. Do you have time to write and not to meet people? Fujino Yoshiyuki found out why he was so showy today, telling lies with his eyes open. He asked Oki Nishijima, who was sitting next door playing games, do you think Sakakibara has lost his mind today? Maybe Nishijima Oki was playing games and had no time to pay attention to him. This is not the first time in a month that Sakakibara has come to make a fuss. Fujino Yoshiyuki didn't believe it at all and said with a smile, ha ha ha, why do you all like to joke like this? This is true. Bang, the pen fell. So tired. Sakakibara didn't even bother to pick it up and just lay down on the desk to sleep. Fujino Yoshiyuki glanced at Amamikuruuri, who was standing quietly at the door, and then at Sakaki Hararaku, who was so lazy that he was lying on the table like a slug. You really don't want to go? Sakaki Hara waved his hands impatiently. Oh, how many times have I told you, if you don't go, I won't go, I won't see her, you tell her to leave quickly. Fujino Yoshiyuki's head was full of black lines. He felt that his worldview was about to collapse today. Okay. If you don't see me, I will. He came to the door of the classroom anxiously and stood in front of Tianhai Julie Yulai. The girl folded her hands in front of her, her posture appeared gentle and generous. One look and you can tell that she is the most beautiful girl. Fujino Yoshiyuki couldn't help but scratch his head when he found himself standing in front of her, as if his face was still a little flushed. Well, Sakaki Hara-san is asleep, so I can't wake him up. That's it? Alas, I think you are Fujino-san. Is that your name? Yeah, yes, I am Fujino. Fujino Yoshiyuki was so happy that Minister Tenkai actually remembered him. Amamikuruuri smiled and looked inside the classroom. Sakakibara Raku was lying on the seat by the window, as if he had indeed fallen asleep. Well, can you trouble Fujino-san to give this to Sakakibara-kun? June. Also give something to Raku Sakakibara? In Fujino's impression, the only identity that Sakakibara Raku can have in relationship with Amamikuruuri, a recognized beautiful girl, is that he is a member of the Kyoto Club. Why should he accept Minister Tianhai's things? Is this a cookie? Yeah, it's biscuits. I made a lot of them in the cooking class just now. Fujino Yoshiyuki's expression can only be described as a forced smile. Why wasn't it given to me? Although I have a girlfriend, I still fantasize about being given a gift by the most beautiful girl in school. Okay. That's okay. Well, okay, I'm sorry for you, Fujino-san. Tianhai Jurulai smiled lightly. So cute. No, now is not the time to think about this. Fujino returned to the classroom and laid his eyes on Sakaki Hararaku, who was lying on the table. Hey, Sakakibara. What? Take this. Fujino held a pack of biscuits in a transparent plastic bag with a look of pain on his face. Sakaki Hara stood up from the table in a daze, took a look, then looked at Fujino's face and asked, what is this? The biscuits made by Minister Tianhai. Oh, then you can throw it over there. Sakaki Hara suddenly lost interest and pointed to the trash can behind him. Fujino Yoshiyuki's eyes suddenly widened, he slapped his desk and said loudly, "Are you kidding me?" Sakakihara put his face on his hands and rolled his eyes to look at him above. "Ah! Do you think I'm joking?" "I think you're just joking," Fujino Yoshiyuki nodded repeatedly, his face still full of doubt. "There's no reason to refuse cookies from a girl, let alone Minister Tenkai." Cut. Sakakibara leaned on one side and turned his head to the side with disdain. "I don't want it anyway, give it to me and I'll leave you behind." "Sakakibara, you've gone too far," Fujino glanced at the door. Fortunately, Minister Tenkai was gone. "If this lets a girl know that the gift she gave you has been thrown into the trash can, it would be weird if she didn't get angry." "Well, that's too much, too much." "You don't want it?" "You don't want it, I want it." "Ah. You want it, that's great, help me handle it." Fujino Yoshiyuki was speechless. He looked at the biscuits in a transparent plastic bag in his hand, and then at him. "By the way, why did Minister Tenkai give you biscuits?" "Who knows, maybe you like me." "No, just bragging." After finishing the joke, Fujino Yoshiyuki looked at Raku Sakakibara seriously. "Sakakibara, why do I feel like you suddenly changed into a different person?" "Is there any?" Sakakihara Raku recognized the lying state. "At least, in the past, you would never have said such outrageous things as throwing things that others gave you into the trash can." Sakakibara Raku was silent for a long time. "Sakakibara, I don't know what happened to you, but I hope you can calm down for a while." Fujino left. "Think about it?" "Is there anything to think about? It's not that I don't know that my actions today are particularly childish, as if I'm a different person." But inexplicably, he wanted to follow this feeling. He doesn't care about anything, just venting his temper like a child. Ha! Like a child? Thinking about it carefully, I have never lost my temper in my life. In this life, 17 years. Even when his father ran away and a loan shark came to collect the family's debt, he never lost his temper. But because of this, could it be that I am a pervert? Probably, it's just that I can't bear the result of being deceived after being treated sincerely. Sakakihara closed his eyes and kept repeating these words in his mind. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 143. Sakakibara, why do you feel like you have become a different person recently? Asked again. Really, Sakakibara's eyes were locked upward. When the baseball was flying towards him at high speed, he hit it back with the bat. Boom. There was a crisp hollow sound, and to everyone's surprise, the baseball flew much higher than ordinary baseballs. Sakakibara covered his right hand between his eyebrows, and his gaze followed the baseball toward the blue sky for a long time. This ball. Even the baseball club members sitting in rows in the rest area raised their chins one by one with surprised expressions. Their heads followed the baseball and they exclaimed in shock, "Sikuyi." The moment the ball flew out, the 9 ball pickers focused their attention on the baseball that flew far away, and tried to pick up the flying baseball, but the ball was farther than they imagined. Many flew directly out of the field. They also stopped moving. It also means Raku Sakakibara hit a home run. Yoshiyuki Fujino, who was playing the catcher behind, looked at Raku Sakakibara, who was running back to home plate. "Also, have you moved again recently? I see that the direction you go home is different." "It's a move." Raku Sakakihara swung the bat and turned his head to focus on the bat in his hand. Sure enough, using the brave bat to play high school baseball is a bit too bullying. Unexpectedly, the attack power of this thing can also be effective on the flying baseball, making the baseball fly farther and faster. "Why do you want to move again?" "I just want to live alone." Fujino could tell that this was an excuse. Although he didn't know why Sakakihara didn't want to give details, it was best not to ask. This will be annoying. Fujino changed the question again. Also, what is your relationship with Minister Tianhai, Minister Tianhai Juliuri? I remember that Minister Tianhai Kaimingyu seemed to call you brother before. Brother? Sakakibara smiled and looked sideways at his face in the helmet. Do you think we are brother and sister? It's not that they are very similar. Your eyes and hair color are completely different. After Fujino Yoshiyuki answered the question, he always felt that the tone of Sakakibara's words was strange, but he couldn't tell where the strangeness was. Like you're laughing at yourself? So, why did she call you brother? Ah, well, who knows? The baseball was picked up and the runners on the field began to take up their positions. Raku Sakakihara faced the baseball field again, clenched the brave bat in his hands with both hands, turned back to the squatting Fujino and asked, "Have you finished the pack of biscuits this morning? How dare you talk about that package of biscuits?" When talking about biscuits, Fujino Yoshiyuki felt that Sakakibara Raku today was particularly unreasonable. Today, Minister Tianhai Juliuli, the most beautiful girl in the school, gave him a cookie. I wonder how many boys would be envious of it? But as for him, not only did he not take it seriously, he actually threw the cookies into the trash can himself. This is too much. No matter what you say, you can't throw a girl's feelings into the trash can. This kind of person would be stabbed in an anime. Fujino sighed, "No, I stuffed it in your drawer." Why do this? Fujino Yoshiyuki spread his hands with helplessness on his face, and the baseball gloves on his hands also spread out. Although it is a happy thing to receive Minister Tenkai's cookies, it is not for me, and I have a girlfriend. I will be with you in the afternoon. If she goes out together and finds out that I have biscuits made by other girls, then I will be screwed. She has been very strict with me lately. It's a little weird. What's weird? Because I always hear you talk about girlfriends, but I rarely see them. It sounds a bit light and airy. Although I have seen her before, you do have one too. Boom. Another baseball flew far away, this time it flew farther than the last time. Fujino Yoshiyuki looked at Raku Sakakibara, who had run another home run, and watched him stretch his arms and touch the back of his head to support his neck. Then, he slowly asked in confusion, "Sakakibara, are you okay?" "Ha." Sakakibara stopped and looked at him with confusion on his face. "What can I do?" "No, something is definitely wrong with you. The way you speak is different. It's definitely your illusion." After the physical education class was over, Fujino Yoshiyuki immediately went to find Oki Nishijima, who had been resting under the shade of a tree, and sat down next to him. "Stop talking nonsense. 1 month into school, do you think Sakakibara has changed a lot?" "Well," Nishijima Ogai nodded, "I used to be offered a drink of water after class, but not anymore." I said, "Nishijima, can you be more serious?" "I'm talking to you about business." Fujino Yoshiyuki nudged him with his elbow. Nishijima Oki's eyes reflected the mobile phone screen, and he was playing the game very intensely. "I'm talking to you about business. I didn't buy water." Doesn't this mean that Sakakihara started to care less about his surroundings? In the past, he would also ask us if we wanted it, and he could bring it for us. Recently, he only reads and sleeps after class. Fujino thought for a while. "Yes, that's right." Nishijima Oki nodded. "Listless. Often. You particularly don't want to have contact with girls." "Kind of." Fujino thought about it carefully and punched his palm. "Isn't he broken in love? During the summer vacation." "Oh? With whom?" Nishijima Ogai became interested. He held the phone with one hand and pushed up his glasses. "Minister Tenkai." Minister Tenkai dumped Sakakibara. That's why Sakakibara is so negative and has changed as a person. You made an impossible assumption right from the start. Fujino Yoshiyuki sat upright, hugged the football beside him, and looked at the playground. Don't tell me, after thinking about it like this, I really think it's possible. Did you know this morning? Minister Tenkai came to deliver biscuits to Sakakibara. Minister Tianhai? Which Minister Tianhai? The twin sister. Ah, Ruri-chan. Nishijima Ogai suddenly stopped playing the game. When you said that, I remembered it. Rururi. Fujino Yoshiyuki looked at his gay friend with a different look. Don't you think this title is too frivolous? Don't worry, everyone is calling this name in private. There are also Chi-chan, Ju-chan, Zyoki Minister, Zyaju Minister, etc. These are everyone's nicknames for the Tianhai twins. Where do these titles come from? School forum. Don't tell me that you, a guy who can tell a girl's measurements at a glance, haven't read it. I haven't read it recently. Xiao doesn't allow me to flirt with women. She says I always like to look at beautiful women and makes her angry. You deserve it, you deserve it. What? It's a man's nature to look at beautiful girls, it's his nature. That's what I say, but if Kiyosawa talks to other men, you will definitely be impatient. Nishijima Oki patted his shoulder with a sincere voice. Be considerate of others, Fujino. Fujino Yoshiyuki scratched his head in anger, thought about it carefully, and sighed. He really couldn't convince him. Okay, I admit, I shouldn't look at beautiful girls. But this is beside the point. Aren't we talking about Minister Tianhai sending cookies? Well, sending cookies. Normally, this would have been discussed a lot on the forum, but this isn't the first time Ruri-chan has come to Sakakibara in the past month, maybe 3 times. Fujino Yoshiyuki was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Minister Tenkai has come to see Sakakibara a long time ago. Yes, I don't know how many times I've discussed it on the school forum about why Ruri-chan is looking for Raku Sakakibara. What's the reason? I asked him personally, but he wouldn't tell me. Nishijima Ogai pushed his glasses with his middle finger. According to reliable information, Sakakihara withdrew from the Kyoto Club 29 days ago, and the two were partners in this Kyoto prefectural competition and won the championship together. Play together and win the championship together? Fujino Yoshiyuki's brows almost turned into a lemon face. Damn it. The reason why Sakakibara quit the Kyoto Club is unknown, but after unanimous discussion on the forum, we concluded that Ruri-chan went to find him in order to retain Sakakibara. Wait a minute, Fujino Yoshiyuki thought of something and stretched out a hand to interrupt. Did Sakakihara have a bad temper in the past few times? That's not true, Oki Nishijima explained, holding his chin and recalling. I remember that Sakakibara ignored him the first time, and ignored him the second time. The third time he went out and said a few words to Minister Ruri, and then Minister Ruri I haven't looked for him again. People on the forum are almost furious, and they all want to know why this guy Sakakibara rejects Minister Ruri. Then what did they say? Fujino Yoshiyuki was really curious. How do I know this? What did they say? But there is a guy on the forum who seems to have offered a reward of 100,000 yen for the answer to this question. Ha ha, ha ha ha, Fujino Yoshiyuki suddenly laughed. Giggle. Not a giggle. Fujino Yoshiyuki looked up at the sky and put his hands on his knees. There are more and more questions about Sakakibara. I think we can't just sit idly by. Huh? Why? Idiot. Haven't you noticed that Sakakibara has been a different person recently? In school, he was decadent, negative, and indifferent to everything. There must be a reason for this. I think we should investigate a little bit. Hey, isn't this good? What do you know? This is called a good brother. Do you know what kind of experience Sakakibara suffered? Do you know what kind of pain he is suffering now? What kind of experience made him move out of the house? What kind of experience made Daikime the girl searched for him several times? What kind of experience made him disdain the beautiful girl's cookies? Aren't you curious about this? It's just so. Anyway, even if he knew about it, Minister Tianhai wouldn't fall in love with me. What so from NGI bar like sire, 1, s. Isn't it reliable to say something about the late stage of Chuyunibu? It's very reliable. Let's go tomorrow. We'll prepare some shooting tools before going there. You don't know, but my dad just bought the latest mirrorless camera. The photos will look great. Hey, you don't just want to take the camera out for fun. No, you want to get the reward. Ha ha ha, superficial. Another boring day. Anyway, this is what Raku Sakakibara thinks, holding his face with his right hand and looking out the window. At the end of the last class in the afternoon, there were no club activities. He packed up his school bag, took out his mobile phone, and after confirming that Aling had not sent him a message, he left the classroom as the school bell rang. A female classmate who was standing with her best friend greeted him. "See you tomorrow, Sakakibara-kun." "Well, see you tomorrow." Sakakihara waved his hand casually. The female classmate looked at his back in the corridor and said, "Why do I feel that Sakakibara-kun has been listless recently?" Yeah, I feel the same way." "Well, I've been feeling this way for a month." "But Sakakibara-kun didn't fail in the recent monthly exam." "That's not clear. Maybe Sakakibara-kun is the kind of person who doesn't need to study hard but still gets good grades." "Humph, to be honest, do you like Sakakibara-san?" The female classmate at the beginning blushed a little. "No way." It must be there. It must be there. He studies well, can exercise, and is good at cooking. My best friends in the Kyoto club all say that the barbecue cooked by Sakakibara-kun is super delicious. And the most important thing is that he looks handsome. If not my classmate, I thought he was the hero from a novel. How about it, do you want us to help you have a word with him?" The female classmate quickly grabbed the two of them. Goodbye. Although Sakakibara-kun has not been rumored to have a girlfriend yet, hasn't that Tenkai been looking for him recently? That's right. Forget it. The discussion among several girls came to an abrupt end when they talked about Tianhai. Sakakihara Raku was also troubled to a certain extent. He had clearly told her not to come to him at school, but why did she come to see him again now? Sakakihara put one hand in his pocket and walked down the stairs, looking at the cookies in a transparent plastic bag in the other hand. "Yesterday I talked about Julie Yulai and even made me cry. But she actually made cookies the next day, as if nothing was wrong. By the way, this is considered harassment, right? It's really a struggle." Well, Sakakibara thought about finding his mother to talk to after moving, and it gave him a headache. Mom and Uncle Tianhai both insisted on not moving out. The reason was of course because of this home. Sakakibara walked down the European-style student corridor, stopped, raised his head to the sky, and exhaled at the endless cloud of airplanes in the sky. Your feelings for Julie Yulai. How sincere he was when he said what he said to her, how uncomfortable he felt when he knew the truth. A confession of several thousand words. Sakakibara smiled bitterly. He stayed at this home and didn't even know how to face Julie Yulai. Do you still treat her as a sister and treat her sincerely? Sakakihara Raku admits that he is a bad person, and he is really a bad person. But good people also have feelings and sometimes feel sad. He doesn't want to hear anything, he wants to think about everything, and he doesn't need to apologize. He just wants to find a quiet place, look at the sky, look at the leaves, and watch the planes flying from here to there. Therefore, he chose to move out. The objection was certain. The two sisters did not speak, but Juliuli expressed her intention to retain her. Uncle Tianhai and her mother did not agree, but Aling agreed with her. Everyone was talking about it. Sakaki Hararaku was staying at home at the time and really had a young and frivolous impulse. Just go out and live, what's wrong? But I still suppressed it, talked to everyone peacefully, and expressed my thoughts clearly. In the end, I moved out. Of course it didn't end that way. Uncle Tianhai and his mother thought it was just a quarrel because of their emotional discord. Because it was Juliuli who took the initiative to admit his fault, they took Juliuli to apologize to him. The process was nothing more than apologizing with Juliuli and then expressing his wish to have him back. I was all disheartened at that time. What are you going to do here? Are you going to face Juliuli who deceived you again? Anyway, everyone is living a good life. Haha, wouldn't life be the same without me? In addition, Aling also supports him. Sakaki Hara refused to go back. Uncle Tianhai and his mother were sensible and thought that he just needed to be alone for a while, so they didn't bother him too much. Days like this have continued until now. Raku Sakakibara got off the bus and stood in front of the deserted bus stop. Walking down the slope or stairs is the Arakawa community. Sakaki Hararaku has already seen his residence among the electric wires and numerous one-family buildings. Sakaki Hararaku stood here and looked at it quietly for a while, cheering up that he didn't want to be motivated. Okay, let's go home after shopping for groceries. When I arrived at Arakawa Market, I once again stepped out of this old-fashioned marketplace full of life. Soon, someone greeted me. Is school out? It was the flower shop proprietress who greeted with a smile. Well, school is over, Sakaki Hararaku responded with a smile. Basically, as long as it is a place that you often visit, everyone should at least smile and nod when they see it. It feels a bit like fellow villagers. He was too embarrassed to bargain when buying vegetables. After buying a few side dishes and going to the hardware store to buy a new pair of scissors for cutting leaves, Raku Sakaki Hara arrived at the door of Kuroro Fresh Fish. Hey, Xiao is here, ha ha ha, welcome. Uncle Julang walked out of the store. Well, Raku Sakaki Hara glanced inside the store. Normally, Kuro Kinko would have gone home from school at this point and was sitting in the store doing homework. Isn't Kinko out of school yet? She went to play with her cousin. I heard that her parents were traveling and there was no one at home. That's it? Raku Sakakibara glanced at today's catch, and he immediately saw the cod crab that was many times larger than a hand when it was huddled in the water. The big pincers and the 6 large crab legs with protruding spines were very interesting to look at. It's just a bit expensive, a small one costs 50,000 yen. Sakaki Hararaku was interested in the largest one, with its head and legs spread out to both sides. It was probably half as tall as Suzu, and its crab legs were probably as thick as Suzu's arms. By the way, the cod crab is the so-called king crab, with its dark brown shell and legs. Just have this one, the biggest one. Ah, the smile on Uncle Julang's face froze. Are you sure? Isn't this for sale? Sakaki Haro looked at the crab, and the crab seemed to be looking at him. Uncle Julang smiled again and said, it's not that we won't sell it, but the biggest one has just been purchased. I don't expect to sell it within half a year. Are you sure you want it? Take it, I haven't eaten king crab yet. Uncle Kuro, who was always cheerful, was also choked. He had never eaten it before, so why did he choose the biggest one? This crab is 150,000 yen, are you sure you want it? Yeah, I'll take it. Are there guests at home? No, I'm alone. Then I suggest you, Xiao Li, buy a small one. The small one is enough for you. There is no need to buy such a big one. No, let's buy this. If I can't finish it, I can share it with my mother-in-law and Mrs. Keiko next door. Really? If you really want it, don't worry, I have the money to pay. Okay, I'll make it cheaper for you. It is particularly troublesome to handle this big crab. You have to tie the 6 crab legs with rubber bands first, then throw them into a large plastic box, pour in water and ice, and freeze them for transportation. Uncle's ice cubes are ice cubes filled with mineral water bottles and frozen. When Sakakibara poured the water, he glanced inside and saw that the crab legs were as thick as a bottle of mineral water. In the end, Uncle Kuro had to close the shop and ask the uncle selling rice cakes next door to take a look at it, and then drove Raku Sakakibara back to his residence. Arrive. Thanks. Why are you so polite? After getting out of the car, I exchanged a few words with Uncle Julang, and then the uncle drove back to the market to sell fish. Raku Sakakihara stood alone at the door again. He glanced sideways at the box containing king crabs next to him. Why buy more king crab than one person can eat? To be honest, he didn't know why he suddenly wanted to buy this. But I have saved so many points and money. If you don't spend it, wouldn't it be a waste? Anyway, I have never eaten king crab, so I spent some money to buy it and give it a try, so what? I usually live frugally and am used to searching. Now that I live alone and spend a little more extravagantly, what's wrong? Sakakibara didn't know why he had such complicated emotions when buying a crab. It's been a month. Haven't you already calmed down a long time ago? Why bother with the past? For Julie, as long as he doesn't see her, it will be fine. After thinking over and over again, Sakakihara Raku seemed to have not figured out anything. In order to prevent Julie from entering his yard again, Sakakihara specially added a lock to the door in the yard. After opening the lock, Sakakihara pushed the door open. The heat of the day had not yet dissipated. Hearing the sound of the iron gate creaking open, looking at the deserted yard, and thinking that there was only one person at home today, Sakakibara felt like he was in a trance. He didn't know the reason for his trance, but he felt as if he had returned to his previous life. After living for more than 10 years, he has always cared about people and finally found a girl he really likes, but in the end, she was just using herself. Sakakibara walked back slowly with his skull bag on his back and a large box containing king crabs in both hands. Sister. As for her sister, Aling should be quite concerned about her now, right? Would you like to call Aling over to eat crabs? Just as Sakakihara walked in with the box and was thinking this, a figure suddenly rushed towards him from behind. Elder brother. Sakakihara Suzu was very affectionate and hugged his neck with both hands from behind, then pressed her head on his shoulders, with a bright smile on her face, and smiled in his ear and said, "Hee, brother, have you ever thought about it, me?" Sakakibara couldn't express her feelings, but she felt much more relaxed after hearing her voice. Then Sakakihara Suzu jumped slightly behind him again, pressing her body weight on his back. You're so heavy. I'm so heavy. Heavy is heavy. Also, my door is locked. How did you get in? At this point, Sakakibara Suzu let go of him, put her hands on her hips, put her beret on her head, and replied to him with a little pride. I climbed over the wall and came in. There is a bush of ivy in the courtyard, and it is probably from there that it crawled in. Sakakihara Raku could already imagine the funny look of Suzu climbing vines and climbing over the wall. You're wearing a skirt, so you don't know how to be more reserved. You know you're talking about me, your sister is here specifically to see you. Sakakihara Suzu jumped next to Sakakihara Le again, took his arm, winked at him and said with a smile, how about it, brother, do you miss me? Already? I want to say, is there any? Sakakihara suddenly didn't want to lie to her. Hee, I'm just saying, my brother without me is just a pitiful one. Hey, why are you flicking my head? Stop talking nonsense. Sakakihara retracted his hand. It hurts so much. I was planning to sing to you just now. Stop lying. It is true. So what are you going to sing? What to sing? Ah, this, hee, Ernie, I will sing whatever you want to hear. Raku Sakakibara almost got goosebumps. Stop being cute, I bought good ingredients today. Good ingredients. What is it? Is it what's in that box? Hey, why are you so anxious? Sakakihara Suzu shook his hand. Tell me quickly, tell me quickly, tell me quickly. It's a king crab. King crab. It's still very big, the kind of super king crab that costs more than 100,000 yen each. Sakakihara Suzu was so happy that she almost jumped up. I want to eat. I want to eat. I haven't eaten yet. Wait, Sakakihara Suzu's expression suddenly froze. Sakakihara Raku, what are you doing? You bought the king crab but didn't call me. Good on you. Stinky Lele, you can take it all to yourself, right? I'm about to give you a shot. Huh. You are the only one who believes in me. Sakakihara Suzu snorted and turned her head angrily, but while turning her head, she would look at him from time to time. Huh, you know how to lie to me. Indeed. A little early, sweat. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 144. Large king crabs are also very troublesome to handle. Sakakibara originally wanted to steam them directly in the largest pot at home, but when he took out the crabs and compared them, the largest pot seemed too small. In the end, you still have to separate the crabs, steam the body, fry 3 legs, and bake the other 3 legs in the oven. Baked crab legs need to be brushed with a layer of mayonnaise. Sakakihara chose to make fresh mayonnaise by himself, that is, stir salad, egg yolks, crab roes, and sugar into a creamy consistency, and then apply it on the cut crab thighs. Aling is a person who will be happy as long as she has delicious food. Anyway, Sakakihara looked at her as she was very happy today, and she would smile even when she was handling the ingredients. Stop giggling all the time. How can I be unhappy if I have something to eat? Speaking of which, I haven't eaten anything you cooked for many days. Sakakihara Suzu felt that there were only 2 people in the room now and no one could disturb her, so she was very happy. You don't come here often to eat? Only occasionally, bro, you live too far away. Raku Sakakihara cut the crab legs with scissors, and looked at Suzu Sakakihara who held her face like a flower in front of her. Her legs under her skirt hooked back restlessly. By the way, what do you usually eat at home? Eat all the bubbles. Noodle. No way. I just eat it occasionally. Brother, you are not here, and my mother often works the night shift. Juliuli wants to cook, but the taste of her cooking is mediocre. Besides, I don't want to rely on her at all. Of course, I can only eat out, or buy a bento, instant noodles, or something after going home. Sakakihara Suzu observed her brother's expression when she talked about Juliuli. Nothing seems to have changed. Of course, these things are not as delicious as the ones made by my brother. Stop flattering. I am not kidding. Stop coming. Sakakihara Suzu is actually flattering her. This kind of thinking is very strange. For example, when waiting for the game to load, if there is a character like a mother busy with other things next to you, you will feel embarrassed. As for Sakakihara Suzu, she is not very embarrassed now, but she is just a mascot who can shout come on. Brother, why do you live so far away? Why don't you find a house in the city? The rent here is cheap and it's quiet. In fact, it's just that this place is far away from my home over there. Oh, Sakakihara Suzuki followed the crab legs with her eyes. Then why did you lock the door, bro? Is there a thief? Sakakihara glanced at her and said, I don't blame you for this. Blame me? Sakakihara Suzu raised her eyes, and the kitchen light happened to hit them, which turned crystal clear purple. Sakakihara sighed, why did you tell Juliuli where I live? Ah, this. As soon as the question came out of her mouth, Sakakihara Suzu pouted and turned to the side, somewhat unwilling to answer, you will know later. That statement is usually an excuse for a person not to want to answer. I thought she was very pitiful. She was so soft-hearted that she spilled the beans. Pitiful. Oh, brother, please stop asking questions. Okay, if you tell her, just tell her. This is an established fact. Brother, are you still thinking about Juliuli? Sakakihara Suzu asked cautiously. Sakakihara paused for a moment while handling the crab meat. How could it be? I won't forgive her. If you don't forgive me, you are still thinking about her. Brother, don't think about her. She is a bad woman. Yes, Raku Sakakihara answered in a much lower voice, spreading out the cut crab legs, I know. Isn't it because he aroused sadness? Sakakihara Suzu didn't seem very happy to see him. She walked around from the front to the back of the counter in a few steps, hugging him from behind with a bright smile, brother, don't think about it so much. It's just first love, she doesn't cherish it. You are my brother, but I cherish you. Sakakibara felt the feeling of someone making trouble behind him, and knew that she was doing this to comfort him. He smiled and said, I think you cherish the food I cooked. Without someone to cook for you, you are all covered with pain. I feel uncomfortable and send me some photos of instant noodles every day, with captions saying they taste really bad. Cherishing the food I cook is also part of cherishing my brother. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. Just wait a minute. I'll take the crab legs and bake them. You can eat them right away. Great. The crabs are here. No, it should be the crab legs. When Suzu Sakakibara saw Raku Sakakihara taking the crab legs out of the oven, she had already started applauding enthusiastically. Oh. Crab meat, crab meat. While eating, his face was full of happiness, and he was still chattering and wanting to talk. Coupled with the variety shows broadcast on the TV, the room seemed particularly warm even on this October night when it turned cold. Sakakibara Suzu held the crab legs in her left hand, and held the crab meat with mayonnaise that she had just scooped up with a spoon in her right hand. There were white food residues hanging around her mouth, and she kept talking about the recent things she encountered in the voice acting workplace. She also said that the two people who used to speak ill of her behind her back could no longer get any jobs, and she was very happy now. The happiness was obvious, and Sakakibara Raku could also tell that she had eaten a lot. She had eaten most of the king crab. Originally, there were 3 crab legs per person, but Sakakibara was happy to see that she ate more, so he gave her the other 2 that he had not touched. Sakakihara Suzu was obviously startled, then looked up at him. Brother, you don't want to eat? Isn't this what I have in my hand? 1 stick is too few. Enough. In fact, it's quite a lot. This king crab costs more than 100,000 yen and weighs 18 kilograms, which is close to the thickness of a ling's arm. Once the shell is opened, it is full of white crab meat. People with small appetites can eat just 1 crab leg. Eat enough. Here, I'll give you 1 again, but don't call this Lord Angel stingy. Is it possible that you are still being said to be grand? To be honest, it feels good to watch my sister eat dinner. Especially when the younger sister is very cute, seeing her face and seeing some food residues in the corner of her mouth will give rise to the idea that she is very cute. She used to be a little follower, but now not only her facial features are exquisite, but even her eyes and lips are perfectly outlined. The corners of her mouth are slightly raised, and you can't help but think of her proud look with her hands on her hips. She is also a bratty and complacent sister. When Suzu Sakakibara was eating crab legs, she noticed that Raku Sakakibara was looking at her, so she raised her head and smiled at him. "Don't you think you are very happy to have a younger sister?" "I'm quite happy, but it's different for my sister who only knows how to eat. She feels like she's raising a pig." "Pigs are cute too," Suzu Sakakihara retorted righteously, taking a bite of fried crab meat, and the aroma wafted to her little face. Sakakihara couldn't help laughing and reminded, "Eat slowly." "Just right, Sakakibara," Suzu said, her voice incomplete as she ate crab legs. However, while eating delicious crab legs, Sakakibara Suzu would occasionally look at Sakakibara Raku. She felt that it had been like this for more than 10 years. Her brother watched her eat. As long as she was happy eating, he would be happy too. This feeling is indescribable, but when I see him, I can't help but say, "Idiot brother. Do you want my help with the dishes today?" "No, you are clumsy, just eat." "Oh." The brother obviously said it in a disgusting tone, but Sakakihara Suzu always felt that she heard something else. "It seems like my brother has always treated me this way. If he didn't want to wash the dishes, he did it for himself. If he didn't want to put things away, he did it for himself. If you want to eat, he will make delicious food for you." "Wrong. You obviously came to see him today. Why was he taking care of you instead? Really don't need it? You can eat your food in peace. Last time you said you would help me wash the dishes and you broke 3 plates. Oh. It was quiet for a while. Then you won't think I'm stupid, right? I'm quite disgusted with it, but didn't you say so yourself? You're stupid and cute. But this is still stupid." The two of them still didn't finish the king crab. Aling was so full that after eating, she lay on the sofa and watched TV. Sakakibara originally wanted to say that she didn't want to lie down after eating, but she came to see him specifically, so he gave up. Forget it, let her lie comfortably. Sakakihara Raku walked out of the toilet. "I'll put the hot water for you and go over to wash it later. I'll wash the dishes." Oh. It didn't take long to prepare the tableware for 2 people. After washing the dishes and handling the tableware, Sakakihara sat down on the sofa to rest. This place is smaller than the home in Minato district, and the living room is not so empty, but after all, it is a suburban house, so there is still plenty of space. The living room is connected to the small courtyard outside, where you can see the potted plants Sakakibara bought these days and a patch of ivy. Raku Sakakihara was very curious about the way Suzu climbed the wall. She would definitely be stupid as hell. While Sakakibara was playing with her mobile phone, she was waiting for Suzu to come out of the shower. Thinking that she couldn't go home so late, Sakakibara went to help her spread out the bed in the second bedroom, help her take care of the pillows and quilts, then went to the living room and continued to sit and look at her phone. Julie Yulai sent herself an email. She asked herself whether the biscuits she made today would suit her brother's taste. Sakakibara did not reply. To him, the current Julie Yulai is nothing more than entangled with him. "It's been a month, have you really let it go?" It is difficult to say that I have really let go. When he thought of his confession, Sakakihara wanted to laugh. After laughing silently, there was a lot of bitterness in his throat. He felt as if his concern was rubbed into a pile and thrown away in the corner. In this case, no one should contact anyone. This is what Sakakihara Raku thinks, but Julie Yulai has been apologizing to himself for the past month, apologizing very seriously. It's impossible to forgive her, but it's also impossible to say that she didn't have any thoughts. This emotion entangled him, uncomfortable, incomprehensible, and difficult to eliminate. "Brother. Raku Sakakibara heard the sound and came back from his heavy thoughts. Only then did he realize that Raku Sakakibara, who had just taken a shower, had climbed onto the sofa, with her head on her lap, looking at herself from the bottom up. She had just taken a shower, and her face and hair seemed to still be moistened with moisture. The lines on her face were particularly clear, and she also smelled of shower gel. Sakakibara discovered that she was actually wearing the same white shirt he had before. It seemed that she had never returned her white shirt to her since she temporarily borrowed it. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." "Also, what are you doing?" "I'm tired from eating and want to lie down and rest for a while." "Lie on my lap." "Well, let's talk." "TV is so boring." "What are you talking about?" "Talk about things like, bro, are you a girl controller?" "Don't talk about two-dimensional things in reality." Sakakihara Suzu looked at him from below, "But I feel like you don't look like a brother who would exist in reality. Some classmates I know also have their own brothers, but they always say that the relationship is not good." Sakakibara didn't take it seriously, and said to his sister, who was holding a pillow with her head lying on his lap, "Don't you often say that you hate me the most? Who knows whether the hate they say is true? It's still annoying sometimes." In fact, Angel Sama, I really respect Brother Sama from the bottom of my heart." Sakakibara hugged the pillow in his arms tightly with both hands. "Since I respect your brother, don't be such a bastard and return the favor to the angel." Sakakibara smiled and stretched out his hand to pull her face. "It hurts. It's broken. I'm going to be broken by you." Sakakihara Suzu reached out to fight his hand away, then sat up holding the pillow in front of her chest, her face slightly buried in it, as if she was angry. "I can rely on this face for food in the future. Not by voice. Although this exists, faces are also very important for voice actors nowadays. Look, I have more than 20,000 followers on Twitter." Suzu Sakakihara turned around and rummaged for her phone, then swiped the screen once or twice to show him, "Look." Sakakihara glanced at the phone screen she stretched out to show to herself. Indeed, it has 20,000 fans and 20,381 followers. Aling is also making progress. It's good to have attention. Well, is that the only sentence? Sakakibara Suzu put her hands on the pillows she put down, and her legs were also kneeling on the sofa cushions. Her body weight was forward, her head and face were approaching Sakakibara Eli, getting closer and closer, and Sakakibara Eli, who was holding her chest, was forced to turn her head. "I've gained a lot of followers, 20,000, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice, and her face seemed to be holding a breath. Sakakibara closed his eyes, coughed twice, and said reluctantly, "If you want me to praise you, just say it, don't beat around the bush." "Hey, then why don't you praise me?" Sakakihara Suzu sat next to her like a rabbit. A Suzu throws a straight ball like this, but Sakakibara Raku is not that easy to say. "Do you want the kind that touches your head and then says with a doting look on your face, 'Yeah, my Aling is doing really well, keep up the good work'?" I won't say whether Aling was embarrassed or not. Sakakihara Raku was extremely embarrassed anyway. "Hurry up. Why are you so anxious? Hurry up, hurry up. I want to hear it. It's just a sentence, what's there to say? Just wanted to hear it. Hey, don't hug my neck. It's itchy." "Okay," I said. Hee, tell me quickly." Sakakihara thought for 2 seconds, "Okay, I can't say it." Sakakihara Suzu's voice collapsed, "There's nothing bad to say about this, I don't mind you praising me. You should still dislike it?" "No." Sakakihara Suzu hugged his arm and said, "I just want to listen. Why has Aling changed as a person today? Isn't she usually a arrogant and bratty little sister?" Sakakihara Raku was swung by her arm for a while, and he couldn't bear the buzzing in his ears, so he said. Okay, I told you, Aling is awesome. Sakakihara Suzu made a V shape with her thumb and index finger and placed it on her chin. Not satisfied. Not satisfied, brother, you are not distracted at all. There's no point in saying this carelessly. Ahem, it's better if you don't say it. Sakakihara Suzu let go of his hand and said with resentment, there is no sincerity at all. Please, please be sincere, okay? Does it count as being sincere if you say it? Right, that is it. Brother, you are being ridiculous. Praise me again, praise me again. Tell me how great the angel is, how powerful he is. Raku Sakakibara turned to look at her. Raku Sakakibara now only had a white shirt and short shorts for sleeping. She looked very clean. This girl has a really good figure, and you can see the line of her waist even when wearing a shirt. It's not that slender, but rather fleshy. Probably because I like to eat. Suzu Sakakihara noticed his gaze and quickly covered her stomach with a pillow, looking wary. Why do you want to tickle me again? It's over, Aling actually became smarter. Stop talking about this topic, can we change the topic? Okay. Let's talk about it, brother, are you a girl lover? Sakakibara lost his expression, then why don't you tell me if you are a brother controller? Brother control. As soon as this topic was brought up, Sakakihara Suzu's eyes became a little evasive. On the one hand, she doesn't want to admit it, and on the other hand, she sometimes thinks her brother is very bad and always calls herself a fool. Then if I admit that I am a brother controller, brother, you will also admit that you are a sister controller, right? What's your logic? Because, if you admit that you are a girl controller, I will still be happy. Sakakihara Suzu covered half of her face with a pillow, leaving only a pair of evasive eyes to look at him. I'm still quite happy. There was a long silence. Brother, you should say something. Say something? Sakakibara was thinking about how to deal with Suzu's coquettish behavior toward him. She seems to really want to act like a spoiled brat. Then come here. Okay, Sakakihara Suzu moved her legs over. It's like waiting for him to touch your head. What happened today? Sakakihara wanted to ask this question, but he couldn't. He couldn't explain the reason clearly, but it was this indescribable mood that led him to look at her, her face, and her face. Looking at his own smile. He stretched out his hand with difficulty, put it on her little head, and rubbed it. Sakakihara Suzu closed her eyes and smiled happily, and hugged the pillow in her hands tighter. Sakakibara ran his fingers through her silky hair and looked at her kneeling on the sofa holding a pillow. In a daze, he seemed to see Aling as a child. At that time, she seemed to like touching her head like this. Brother, Ling likes you so much. It seems that at that time, she was smiling happily and said something like this. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 145. I am very troubled. Well, so, what are you worried about? Hey, Xiao doesn't go out with me after school lately. This is normal. Even childhood sweethearts have their own private space. It's okay if they don't go out with you. But, why do I feel that she has been a little disgusted with me recently? My recent phone calls are like, that's it? Usually we communicate for at least 2 hours and play games with the game on. How long have you been officially dating? The last semester of junior high school has begun, less than a year has passed. Well, it should be that he has passed the so-called freshness period of lovers and is not that interested in you anymore. Hey, you are lying. We are childhood sweethearts. How can we have such a thing as a fresh period? Childhood sweethearts who are ordinary friends are different from childhood sweethearts who are in love. The change in the relationship is your fresh period. Am I being disliked? Fujino Yoshiyuki lay on his seat in the classroom and sighed loudly, I feel so unmotivated. Nishijima Ogai weighed his glasses and glanced at him, you guys, didn't you claim to be a messenger of justice yesterday? Didn't you want to help Sakakibara recover to his original state? No. Changes must be made. Fujino Yoshiyuki said, let's do this, Nishijima, let's discuss something. Whoever said this must be doing something wrong. Fujino Yoshiyuki smiled at him and said, aren't we going to study Sakakibara today? I have brought my camera. Well, yes, you want to be a messenger of justice. That's that. Also, there is another forum bounty, if we have a chance to get it, I want dash. You want to get more, right? Right. Nishijima Ogai didn't look at him, what's the reason? Didn't I just say that Xiao doesn't want to talk to me lately? I just want to buy her a gift to help her improve her mood. I don't have enough pocket money now. Fujino Yoshiyuki scratched the back of his head and said very embarrassed. Nishijima Oki put a hand on his forehead. He finally understood why Fujino spoke so righteously yesterday. You must have done something to make your girlfriend angry. No, absolutely not. Explain. Fujino Yoshiyuki was discouraged. Well, I did make her angry a week ago, and I wanted to buy a gift to compensate her. So, as many as you want. I'm 70,000 yen short of buying a mobile phone. Is that okay? Whether we can get it or not remains to be seen. Oh. That means I agree. Thank you so much. Nishijima. From now on, you will be my iron-blooded abo. We'll talk about it later. Fujino Yoshiyuki was so happy that he hugged Nishijima Oi's neck, haha, I'll treat you to a big meal next time. A 20,000 yen dinner. Oh, I'll definitely invite you if you have the chance. Wait. Fujino Yoshiyuki suddenly saw a fleeting shadow outside the classroom. He immediately nudged Nishideo with his elbow. Hey, Nishijima, Sakakibara. Nishijima Oi also followed his gaze and looked outside the classroom. Sakakibara Raku just passed by the classroom door and only appeared for a moment. I saw it. How about it? Do you want to follow me? During lunch break, shouldn't he be reading in the classroom or sleeping to recuperate? Things are very strange. Let's go then? Follow us and have a look. Come on, I'll bring the camera. Fujino Yoshiyuki grabbed his drawer, hung the camera around his neck, and followed Nishijima Oaki out sneakily. Sakakibara walked down the teaching building. His destination was the back garden pool. It's not that I have any special purpose, I just want to take a walk in the school. Different from before, this time when he walked in the school, he could find that there were obviously many more people observing him. Be it a girl or a boy. This was probably because Julie Yuli came here specially to deliver biscuits to him. Rumors spread. After all, she is a beautiful girl with excellent morals and academics. She has a kind and gentle personality. Both teachers and classmates like her very much. That. Sakakibara-kun. Raku Sakakihara stopped in the student corridor and turned around. Appearing in front of him was an acquaintance, Sakakibara Raku knew, the only member of the literature club, Kobayashi Senpai. Her voice was a little soft, she wanted to call herself, but she was a little afraid of calling herself. I attended her birthday tea party last time. She was a very quiet lady. Senior Xylan, what's the matter? I've always wanted to ask Sakakibara-kun. Seeing the look in her eyes, Sakakibara roughly understood what her question was. Senior, do you want to ask me why I quit the club? Well, because of Minister Nanami Mingzuki, there are only a few of us in the literature club. Therefore, Sakakibara-kun suddenly resigned from the club, and the literature club became even more deserted. I am not very able to understand that the reason why Sakakibara-kun resigned from the club was because of family emergencies. It's not that there's an emergency at home, but it's my own decision to withdraw from the club. Sakakihara Raku didn't want to explain the reason. That's it. There was an obvious sense of disappointment in Senior Xylan's voice. Raku Sakakibara, the literature club publishes a monthly magazine every month. The workload is a bit heavy, but I believe that with your and Nanamajetsu's abilities, we can complete it. It can be done, but this is not a question of whether it can be done. The literature club is too deserted. Senior Xylan can try to recruit someone. Xylan Zio shook her head. No one wants to come. Everyone is against what happened in the literature department before. Although the impression of that incident now is suppressed by the identity of Minister Chi Minjio, although no one will talk too much about it, but this also means that not many people will be willing to come in. In addition, the minister doesn't like too many people in the first place, and if she raises the standards for joining the ministry, no one will come. Sakakibara listened to what the senior said. Generally speaking, due to various reasons, no one from the literature club would join, and there was no chance to invite anyone in. In the current literature department, apart from the nominal Aling, there are only two people, Chi Minjio and Xiaolin. Senior Xylan, do you want me to go back? Yeah, okay. No, Raku Sakakihara shook his head and refused. I have no plans to join the club now. What about your club credits, Sakakibara-kun? If you don't have any credits in the club within one semester, you will be suspended from the grade. Sakakibara-kun also withdrew from the Kyoto club, right? How could I have forgotten this? The clubs in this school have to keep credits. If you don't have enough credits, that is, if your attendance rate within the club is not enough, you will have to repeat the grade. Aling had asked her to be a name in Chi Minjio's literature club just because of this matter. Sakakihara thought for a while, and then said, I can join other clubs. Kobayashi Yuzuki, then why doesn't Sakakibara-kun come to the Faculty of Literature? Even if it's in name, that's fine. Sakakibara-kun comes here every day and won't cause you too much trouble. Senior Xylan's words are sincere and her attitude is sincere. If it were an ordinary junior, facing such a female senior who hopes to join the club, she would have no choice but to agree. What a pity, Xylan senpai. My withdrawal had little to do with the entire literature club, but rather because I didn't want to face the 7 bright moons of the sky and the sea. Because of Julie Yulai, the atmosphere when he was staying with her now was particularly delicate. Sakakihara thought he had to find an excuse to shirk his senior sister's kindness. As for the club, let's see if the game club can let me in. Senior Xylan, I'm sorry, even if I want to go in now, I'm afraid I won't be able to. Huh? Why? Because, for a certain person, I think with her character, if I quit on my own initiative, I wouldn't have to think about joining. Kobayashi Izuki was puzzled. At the same time, she accidentally discovered Nanami holding a book and walking slowly from the corridor behind Sakakibara Raku. Minister Chi Minjio, it's not so scary. No, 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 she is so scary. She can eat people without spitting out their bones. She is also very petty. She can remember any trivial matter. She is so stingy. She also likes to torture people and watch them make a fool of themselves. Nanami stopped behind Sakakibara Raku and looked at the back of his head. No Kobayashi Zio glanced at Amami Nanamajetsu who was standing behind Sakakibara Raku and said. Sakakibara continued, that's the truth. But Sakakibara-kun is now considered Minister Nanamajetsu's brother. She should dash. No, 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 Raku Sakakibara interrupted Xylan senpai, waved his hand, and continued, she is someone who doesn't care about other people's identities, so she won't talk about me being grudged and being revenged by her. In a very long time, earlier, Uncle Tianhai secretly ate a bag of potato chips from her, and she remembered it in her heart. He was her father, and she dared to play tricks on her. This shows how vindictive and petty she is. I don't want to be she's being targeted. Sakaki Hararaku found that the expression of Senior Kobayashi in front of him became very embarrassed for no reason. So, you think she is a heinous person? Of course, she has a bad personality, loves to joke, and likes to laugh at people's jokes. No matter how you look at it, it's not what a girl should look like. Sakaki Hararaku just wanted to deal with Kobayashi-senpai's invitation and answered subconsciously. After finishing the answer, I realized for a moment that the question was not coming from in front of me, but from behind. Sakaki Hararaku realized that it was not a second and looked back. Tianhai Kaimingyu half closed her eyes and stared at herself. She looks at herself, and he looks at her. Eyes meet. The atmosphere was filled with only a growing embarrassment. Before changing, Sakaki Bararaku would still explain, but now his relationship with Nanamijiyo is not good. So he had no intention of explaining. It's also more of a mentality of not wanting to talk to her. Brother, is it time to calm down? Tianhai Kaimingyu spoke first. Calm down? No, I don't care about that at all. Brother, there is no need to use such an easy-to-see excuse to cover up. It will look very childish. Childish? Sakakibara couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head, flexed his shoulders, and after a small smile, he said to Amami Nanamayu, I am very naive, so naive that I really think I like me. But being childish is childish. Who can not be childish? Chi Minjiao, at least, I think I have a clear conscience for what I have done so far. Do you think I will still view you the same way after what happened? Sorry, I really can't do it. Well, I'll leave first. Xiaolanzia became nervous when she saw the atmosphere in front of her. She realized that she couldn't stay here anymore, so she nodded and left. Then, Minister Nanamijiyo, Sakaki Barakun, I'll leave first. Farewell. Well, Tianhai Kaimingyu nodded, and after Xiaolanzia disappeared completely, she looked at him again. Brother is indifferent on the surface, but what he said is extremely caring. Such lies will make brother feel very painful, just like sister. Amami Nanamijetsu's words made Sakaki Bararaku's heart sink. I haven't talked to my brother for a month. I just wanted to wait for him to calm down before asking my sister to apologize to him. But in the first few days, my sister always felt guilty for treating him like that. Her character couldn't bear the guilt. I felt sorry for him, so I went to see my brother several times and wanted to apologize. Julie Yulai. This incident has always been a pain in the ass. In this matter, Chi Minjiao can be regarded as half a victim. After all, Julie Yulai even hid it from her at first. Although she made some small mistakes, Sakaki Hara did not want to take the matter of Julie Yulai out on her. Chi Minjiao, you said this because you want me and Julie Yulai to reconcile. Everyone hopes so. Of course Sakaki Bara knew who she was referring to. Sorry, I still can't forgive Julie Yulai. Brother mentioned return, which means there is still hope for my sister. Sakaki Hara didn't want to argue with her, and said calmly, it's your own business if you want to think like this. I don't think so. Amami Nanamijetsu exchanged a few words with Sakaki Bararaku, and she understood. My brother is in a very complicated mood right now. It can't be untied, and it keeps pulling. But one thing is clear now, the brother will not forgive his sister yet. Whether it was the good impression I had towards my brother before, or the guilt I feel towards him now. Sister will still come to see brother today. Huh, Sakaki Hara's eyes widened, this is naked entanglement. It's harassment. Tianhai Kaimingyu looked at him with sky blue glasses under her gold-rimmed glasses, and said calmly, if brother regards this as my sister's pursuit, it doesn't matter. My sister won't care. No, it should be said that my sister hopes so. Even you now, if I ask my sister to get back together, she will be happy to agree. Sakakibara was speechless. What kind of logic is this? He even found it funny. Don't you think this kind of jury is very childish? You bullied someone's feelings and you want to fill it with feelings. Because you feel guilty, you want to fill it with love. Sorry, I can't accept this feeling, let alone forgive. My sister is indeed very childish and hurtful. Even if she has good intentions, can my brother guarantee that my sister's guilt towards you does not include any love? Is it possible that when my sister is in love with my brother, my sister aren't you happy? It's precisely because my sister has a certain liking for your brother that she feels guilty, so she tells you what she has hidden from you. If possible, sister doesn't have to tell everything. She only needs to hang on to you, so that brother won't hate her, and she can achieve her original goal. Chi Minjia was not trying to explain to herself whether Juliuli was wrong. Rather, he was explaining to himself the reasons for this. Also, if Juliuli had not taken the initiative to break up with him at that time, but had worried about herself, he would not hate her as much as he does now, and even if he breaks up in the future, it will be much more peaceful. It was precisely because Juliuli realized his mistake that he took the initiative to expose this matter to himself. She also knew in her heart that what she did was wrong. But whether Liuli knew she was wrong or not, the damage had been done. Sakakihara didn't want to accept it yet. This is not an excuse for her to cheat on me. Tian Haikimingyu didn't intend for him to accept it. I didn't use this as a brother to forgive my sister, I just said it truthfully. I'm just telling you, brother, that I want you to know that sister, I do like you and your sister, brother, and I do feel very sorry for you, brother. If you, brother, can forgive her, she will apologize 10 times sincerely. In fact, your brother who knows your sister's past also knows it, right? In fact, your sister has always been used by your mother. If your sister had continued with you at that time, she would have really fallen in love with you. The fundamental reason is that your mother wanted to take your sister there, and it was your mother who told your sister that you should, if you want to break it off, just break it off, so I just tell my brother about the breakup. Amamai Nanamajetsu's words made Sakakibara Raku feel complicated again. Wrapped around. I can't understand this feeling at all. Sakakibara wanted to have the urge to wave his big hand and wonder, who are you two? But he knew that with his own personality, it would be difficult to do it. However, after thinking about it, it is true that Juliuli was used by his mother, but the harm Juliuli brought to him is an indisputable fact. Yes, even if Juliuli really likes her and is being used, she shouldn't change her mind just because of Juliuli. Why should I comply with them? Shouldn't they have to comply with themselves? I can't forgive her. Sakakihara Raku knew and understood. There are not many things in this world that I am interested in, and it is difficult to find a life goal that I like. Therefore, he takes taking care of people who like him as the direction he can work hard at this stage. But this does not mean that one can be deceived and feel this kind of cowardice. Sakakibara Raku has to thank Ichiban Nanamajetsu today for making herself a little clearer and her mind a little smoother. He smiled and said, Juliuli can come to me this afternoon if you want. I still won't change my mind. Well, this is a matter for my brother to decide. As Nanamai's eyes moved down, she suddenly discovered that Raku Sakakibara was actually wearing a necklace of lilies and leaves on her neck. That necklace. After a few seconds of silence, Tian Haikimingyu seemed to think of something on that necklace, and tried to calm down her chest. What are you looking at? Sakakihara noticed her gaze. Necklace. You mean this string? Sakakihara put the necklace in his right hand and rubbed it. Who gave it to you? Ling gave it to me. She gave it to me this morning. You like this necklace very much. Sakaki Hararaku didn't know why she asked this. After all, it's the style I like, and it was given by Suzu, so of course I like it. Really? Amami Nanami stared at the necklace for a long time, and then stared at Sakaki Hararaku's face for a long time. She remembered the words and promises someone had made to her before. Why are you looking at me like this? If I tell you again that I like you, how will you react? Sakaki Hara put away his expression. It's impossible to accept it. Tianhai Kaimingyu's glowing pupils obviously stagnated for a second. Then, the girl lowered her slightly twitching eyes and turned her face to the side, her expression becoming cold and calm. Think about it, no matter from the atmosphere or the timing, it's the next best thing, the next best choice. I don't understand why you like me, whether it's your character, your behavior, or my impression of you. Regarding this question, Tianhai Chi Minjiu did not choose to answer, but picked up the book in her hand again and walked past him. Sakaki Hara followed her figure until she disappeared at the end of the corridor. Raku Sakakibara could only say sorry for Nanamayu's feelings. No matter before or now, he had no reason to agree to her. He also couldn't understand her liking for him. I hope she can let it go on her own. Sakakibara looked away, turned around, put his hands in his pockets and looked at the ground, walking in the opposite direction of Tenkai Nanamayu. Behind the grass in the flower bed outside the corridor. Just leaving, Fujino Yoshiyuki held two small branches in his hand and looked at the place where Sakaki Hararaku was standing just now. There was no one there. Gon Nishijima Deki replied. Well, so, they have been talking for so long, what were they talking about just now? Have no idea. You didn't listen to your feelings, Fujino Yoshiyuki said disgustedly. What do you mean I didn't listen? It's like you can hear me. Nishijima Oki glanced at him. It's a bit far away, so we can't hear clearly, but we don't know everything. At least we know that Sakakibara and the two ministers know each other and are very familiar with each other. You took the photo just now. Fujino Yoshiyuki raised the camera. Of course, you heard something else. Nishijima Ogai recalled for a second or two. Just now I seem to have heard the news that Kuruori was going to find Sakakibara after school in the afternoon. Minister Tenkai Kuruori is going to find Sakakibara. Oh. This is big news. Let's continue in the afternoon. This is considered voyeurism, wouldn't it be good? Fujino Yoshiyuki patted Nishijima's shoulder sincerely. What do you know? This is called taking care of friends. We are working hard to restore Sakakibara to his original state. It always feels unreliable. Oh my, it's come to this, what are you worried about? And I'm really curious about the relationship between the two ministers Tenkai and this guy Sakakibara. Wait, my phone rang. Nishijima Oi looked at him and took out his mobile phone. Who? Wait a minute. Fujino Yoshiyuki, who was originally very happy, turned into a bitter look the moment he saw the chat history. He put the chat history to Siangdamu and showed it to him. There was a long series of conversations written on it, ending with a line of reply saying no time. Xiao, she blocked me. No way. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 146. Hey, cough, this is Lord Angel Alling. I can't answer the phone at the moment, please leave a message after hearing the beep. Drop. Are you at work? Sakaki Hara pressed the red phone hang-up icon on the screen and put the phone back into his trouser pocket. Following the wind brought by the bus that stopped in front of the bus stop, he hesitated, turned around, and glanced across the crowd, and he spotted a familiar figure. Tianhai Julie Yulai was standing not far from him. She was looking at herself. After seeing that he had spotted her, he turned his gaze back. Tianhai Julie Yulai looked at her with sparkling eyes. The girl's long flaxen hair was blown more clearly by the wind. She obviously wanted to say something to herself, but due to some unknown emotions, he didn't come forward to talk to himself. Sakakibara chose to ignore her and follow the crowd into the car. After seeing Sakakibara Raku getting into the car, Amamikuruuri lowered his head, hesitated twice, glanced at his skull bag, and followed. The two of them got on the bus first. At this time, the bus had not started yet, and Nishijima Oki, who was quietly hiding behind the billboard, also popped up. Fujino, what Minister Mki Nanamajetsu said is right. Minister Amamikuruuri is really following this guy Sakakibara. Sakakibara seems to have become a different person recently, probably because of this. Xiao blocked me. Xiao blocked me. Hey, cheer up. I only know that Xiao has blocked me. I only know that Xiao has blocked me. Tell me, am I broken in love? Don't say that these things are there or not. It was you who planned it. You should be responsible to the end. Forget it, let's go. Nishijima Oi looked at Fujino Yoshiyuki, who was a little confused in front of him, sighed, and directly dragged him forward. After Nishijima and Fujino secretly got on the bus started running. A taxi was also following closely. The bus drove through the streets, and the vehicles and pedestrians in the city gradually drifted away outside the bus window. Holding the lifting ring with one hand, his body swayed with the carriage. The sound of the bus engine made my thoughts drift to the distance outside the window. Perhaps due to the lack of communication with others, Sakakibara would pass the time in such a daze when he was alone. Observe the pedestrians, observe the store signs, and observe how many urban street trees are ignored. This is an act without purpose and meaning. But every time a person gets on a bus or subway, it feels like he is out of touch with the busy world. He remembered this feeling. I don't like to communicate with others, don't like to trouble others, don't like to talk, and I don't like to argue with others. Sakakibara knew that this kind of behavior would only lead to him being the only one around, but without direction or a way to change, he could only muddle along in this day-to-day life. This is an uncomfortable experience. It's like saying goodnight to yourself when you get home after a tiring day. Sakakibara Raku has always hoped to find someone he likes that he has never met before, someone who can understand, considerate, and care about him in life. I am willing to give it 100% sincerity. But in fact, Sakakibara looked towards Amamikuruuri on the other side of the carriage. Tianhaijuli Yulai is still so beautiful, with a gentle and unique temperament. Just standing there are boys from the same school blushing next to her, and they are embarrassed to look at her. But in fact, there may not be a true response. Sakakibara Raku wants to laugh every time he thinks about this. An hour later, Sakakibara Raku got off the bus at Yamaguchi, and Amamikuruuri followed quietly. Sakakibara ignored her for the time being, probably pretending not to notice, and continued walking forward. Not long after I got out of the car with my skull bag on my back, the phone in my trouser pocket rang. As soon as the connection was connected, Ling Yuankai's lovely voice came. "Humph, bro, why did you call me just now? Did you miss me?" Ling's playful voice seemed to dispel the haze on her head. Sakakibara smiled casually and asked on the phone, "Were you at work just now?" Yes, I was dubbing just now." "What do you think, bro, do you want to hear it?" "Today I dubbed a super cute girl, a very energetic one. I think I like this kind of girl. Vitality. I feel like you don't match Isuzu." Sakakibara Raku deliberately teased. "What, is it a good match? I'll tell you after I listen to you." Sakakibara held the phone next to his ear and stopped in front of the traffic light. "Well, let's talk about it. Brother, imagine a girl jumping up next to you with a happy face, holding your hand and asking you to go out to play. Imagine what this does. Oh, think about it. Okay, I think Sakakihara began to imagine in his mind that there was a little follower girl who was his childhood sweetheart with a very energetic personality. She came to him one day and wanted to go out with her. Sakakibara Suzu listened to the voice on the other end of the phone and quickly said in a voice full of excitement, "Do you want to go out? You want to go out? You definitely want to go out with me." Sakakibara heard the feeling and smiled, "Not bad. It's pretty good, isn't it? Hee hee, bro, you definitely laughed, right? I knew you liked this. Then do you want to come over for dinner today?" Sakakibara asked. The vehicle in front of him passed by the zebra crossing, causing the hair on his forehead to move. "Hey, brother, you are calling me over." "Well, I called you over." Hee hee. Suzu Sakakihara seemed to be very happy on the other side of the phone. "Do you want me to accompany you? I know that I hate staying at home alone. Do you want a big meal? The important thing is the latter part." "No, this time we only have small stir-fried home-cooked dishes." "That's not bad, the food outside is terrible. The seniors say that the barbecue restaurant is delicious, but in fact it tastes just so-so, not as good as my brother's at all." Sakakihara Raku heard Asuzu's voice, and she didn't know why, but she felt warm in her heart. Thinking back to the way she squinted her eyes, hugged the pillow, and smiled to herself on the sofa wearing only a white shirt yesterday, the images and feelings in her heart became even more profound. "Stop flattering. This is a fact, okay? Lord Angel never hesitates to praise himself. I still prefer your arrogant look," Raku Sakakihara teased. "For example, what's so delicious about the food cooked by the smelly old man? It's the most annoying. Hey, I'm almost getting goosebumps when I hear that. Besides, you are the tsundere. This girl is cute and stupid. So, are you coming over today? Since it's my brother who wants me to go, then I'll go over. But first, I haven't eaten curry beef for a long time. I want to eat this. If you want me to come over, you can make me one." "Okay. Well, I just got off the car and I can buy it for you on the way." "Okay." There was silence on the phone for a while, as if someone was talking to Ailing, and Ailing called the person senior. "Ah, stop talking, brother, I have to review the script. I have to go on stage later." "Well, okay, I won't disturb you. Bye." "Bye-bye." After hanging up the phone with his sister, Sakakibara prepared his next goal and went to buy ingredients for tonight. He turned around and found that Tianhai Julie Yulai was still following behind. She found herself looking back, even hiding behind a telephone pole, thinking she couldn't see her. "Come on, this isn't an anime. The skirt is obviously good. What a natural idiot." Sakakihara shook his head, walked past the intersection, and crossed the street. Came to Arakawa Market. He went to buy some side dishes, potatoes, carrots, and onions for curry, and then bought a plate of eggs and a piece of beef. There are still some king crabs left from the previous days, and with this addition, it will be enough to eat tonight. Go home. After weighing the dishes, Sakakibara prepared to go home. At this time, Julie Yulai was still following behind. Isn't this just pure idiotism? If she was not a beautiful girl, but some wretched uncle, wouldn't she definitely be called the police and arrested by passers-by? Sakakibara sighed and wanted to get rid of her. He quickened his pace. Following the usual route home, Raku Sakakibara walked to the door of Kuroro Fresh Fish. Uncle Kuro, who was wearing a white turban, was weighing fish for customers at the door. Kuro Kinko was also in the store today, seeming to be doing homework. Moreover, Sakakibara seemed to have spotted a figure he had seen before. That was Kiyosawa Otoha, Fujino's childhood sweetheart. She had slightly curly short hair and was easily identifiable. She seemed to know Kuro's insa. The two were talking and laughing, and Otoha even helped Zinza with her homework. Sakakibara glanced behind him, and Amamai Kurayuri, who was following him, reacted 2 seconds late and immediately hid behind the sign. She wants to get close to herself, but seems afraid to get close. Oh, why are you still following? Sakaki Hararaku really had to find a way to get rid of her, otherwise he would have to spend the whole afternoon with himself. Sakaki Hararaku carried the dish and entered Kuroro fresh fish. Haha, Zyal is out of school. Uncle Kuro was busy with the work at hand. After greeting the guests, he saw Raku Sakakibara coming from outside and shouted in passing. Right. Brother Sakakibara, Kuro Kinko heard the boss's voice and found Raku Sakakibara. She looked very happy. Hello, Zyoxan. While Sakakihara nodded to Kuro Kinko, she also looked at Kiyosawa Otoha beside her. She was also surprised. Sakakibara-san? Why are you here? Sakakibara nodded happily and said, I moved here recently. You moved here? Why didn't I know? I'm in the community next door. What a coincidence. Kiyosawa Yin was also full of surprise. It's a coincidence. Do my cousin and Sakakibara and I know each other? Kuro Kinko asked. She is the youngest here and is still a junior high school student. She feels like a little girl. Sakaki Hararaku understood the relationship between the two. It turns out that Neba is Kinko's cousin. I remember when I met Uncle Kuro a few days ago, Uncle Kuro said that Kinko went to play with his cousin. Raku Sakakibara took a closer look at their appearance and found that their noses were quite similar. Yes, we know each other. Although we haven't known each other for a long time and have little contact with each other, it is indeed a coincidence. What is the relationship between my cousin and brother Sakakibara? Kuro Kinko asked, holding the pen of her homework. Well, my boyfriend's classmate, yes, that's the kind of relationship. Oh? What a coincidence. I didn't expect Zyao and Zyal to know each other. Haha. Uncle Julang also heard the conversation of several people. He originally wanted to say something, but another customer came outside the store, and he had to go over to greet them. While Sakakihara was communicating with everyone, he did not forget to glance behind him and saw that Juliuli was indeed still there, hiding on the opposite street. He turned around and smiled at Kiyosawa Otoha in the store. Kyozawa-kun, haven't you been with that guy Fujino recently? That guy, Kiyosawa Otoi looked disdainful. I blocked him. Blocked. Sakaki Hararaku didn't expect that Fujino always boasted about his close relationship with his childhood sweetheart. I don't even want to talk about that guy. I blocked him because I wanted him to calm down. Kiyosawa Otoi sighed deeply. Besides, he is too irresponsible. You know we are dating, right? Sakakihara nodded. Well, I still know this. Yes, it's a relationship. It's obviously a relationship, but that guy still can't change his lovey-dovey attitude. He just likes to look at other women. When we were dating, his eyes couldn't help but go to girls with good figures. Look at him. If I specifically ask him about the other person's measurements, that guy will definitely be able to tell me as long as he's not on guard. The more Kiyosawa Yunyi talked, the angrier he became. I've screwed him several times and he still doesn't remember it. Ah, Fujino is indeed such a person. Someone who has a girlfriend and secretly looks at other beautiful girls. Although he has his own explanation, saying that it's nothing to look at, but to compare with his own. If your girlfriend likes to look at other men on dates and says how good and beautiful his waist-to-bust ratio is, she must have abdominal muscles. Then the man must not be able to bear such a date. Sakakibara understands this jealous mentality. Therefore, the reason why Kiyosawa-san blocked her was because of jealousy. But this matter is not important now. What is important is Juliuli who is following behind. Gotta get rid of her. Kyozawa-kun, I wonder if I can ask you a favor. Help, King Zhao tilted his head in confusion. Right. Then please speak and I will listen. Sakakihara noticed that Kinko was still here and said to her, how about we go outside and talk? Although Kiyosawa Otanoha was confused, she had met Fujino's classmate several times, and she could still vaguely feel that he was a very decent boy. Okay. After saying hello to Kurozinzi and the uncle, the two walked out of the fish shop. On the way to Arakawa Market, we bypassed a secluded street and entered a deserted alley. Why do you want to say it here? King Zhao became more and more uncomfortable as he walked away, and asked doubtfully. Sakakihara turned around and happened to find a hand on the wall at the end of the corner. That must be Julie Yulai. The hand was withdrawn. Sakakihara Raku could also sense that Kiyosawa was wary of him, so he said. I mainly want to ask you to help me get rid of someone. Get rid of people? What people? I'm being followed. Male. Female. This time it was Kiyosawa Otoi's turn to be silent. That girl, why are you following you? Sakakihara said distressedly, she was rejected by me, but she still didn't give up. So, Sakakibara-kun rejected the girl's confession, and then the girl who was rejected started following you. Right. Sakakibara-san is really charming, and that's right. I can understand it, but why should I trust you? Sakakihara moved his head slightly, motioning her to look behind. Kiyosawa Otoi turned around, frowned, and indeed vaguely saw a head that suddenly retracted. Sakakihara said helplessly, her tracking skills are so poor, it's hard not to be discovered. That's it. Kiyosawa Otoha took a few seconds to collect her thoughts and looked at Sakakihara Raku again. So, what are you going to ask me to do? It's nothing. I just want you to help me talk to her and convey what I mean. It's not easy for me to meet her now. 5 minutes ago. West Island, West Island, West Island. What are you doing? If you have any questions, just ask. Didn't you see that Ruri is right in front? She has been following Sakakibara since she got off the bus just now. Tell me, why does Xiao block me? How do I know that you are in love with her, not me in love with her? Oi Nishijima put down the camera behind a telephone pole. I said, you are a little motivated, you are not a guy who wants to do it in a hurry. Drag me to be a messenger of justice. So, what is the reason why Xiao blocked me? Oh, it's just that you made her angry. Didn't you also say that you want to apologize to her? I knew she was angry, but I didn't know why she was angry. I just knew she was angry, so I wanted to give her a mobile phone as a gift. I asked her, but she just said let me think about it myself. Now it's okay, I won't be allowed to ask any more questions. Fujino Yoshiyuki leaned against the street wall in frustration. Let me tell you, Fujino, your girlfriend really needs a mobile phone, right? Right. You want the phone and use this as an apology, right? Yes. You don't have enough money, do you? Right. So, what should you do now? Fujino Yoshiyuki was silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked at him. I don't know. Nishijima Ogai frowned and pushed up his glasses. Isn't the most important thing for you now, is to find out why Minister Kuruori followed Sakakibara and get the reward from the forum? What you need most now is money to buy gifts. It's money. Fujino Yoshiyuki suddenly became cheerful and stood up. Yes. What I need most now is money. Nishijima Oi was so stupid that he shook his head. Men in love really couldn't be trusted, and their IQs were greatly reduced. He handed the camera back to Fujino. So, you know what to do now, right? Oh. So full of energy. What a hot-blooded idiot, you dash. Nishijima Oki was suddenly attracted by a taxi. He quickly hid behind the telephone pole and motioned to Fujino behind him to lower his voice. What's wrong? Fujino Yoshiyuki squatted down and asked. SHH, look ahead. In front of the two of them, across the diagonal corner past several Japanese shops, a beautiful girl with long flaxen hair stepped out of a taxi. Fujino Yoshiyuki was excited, the second minister Jurulai. Idiot, it's Minister Chi Minjio. Didn't you see the glasses on her face? Oh, so that's how it is. Wait, why is it that not only Minister Tenkai Kuruori, but also Minister Nanami Izuki came with us? Are they all here to follow Sakakibara? Fujino Yoshiyuki saw the delicate side face of Amami Nanami with long flaxen hair across the street. His expression turned sour. What evil did this guy Sakakibara do? Don't worry, Nishijima Oki observed the direction in which Tenkai Nanamijetsu moved, pushed up his glasses with his middle finger and said, maybe Minister Nanamijetsu is not looking for Sakakibara, but her sister. Why are you so sure? I'm inferring that Minister Tianhai Chi Minjio is going far away. Come on, let's follow him and take a look. Fujino Yoshiyuki just nodded, okay. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 147. I probably understand what you mean. But, Kiyosawa Otoha put down her hand, I wonder if Sakakibara-san realizes that this is a completely unworkable thing. Really? I'm just conveying my intention. Yes, I'm just conveying my meaning, but if I convey your rejection for you, do you think the other party will have some misunderstanding about my identity? Think I am your girlfriend? It's possible, but wouldn't it be nice to explain this situation? That's true, but for me, I can't help you because I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand. Kiyosawa Otoi opened her hand and continued. It is true that Fujino is not here now, and it is impossible for him to know about this matter, and your request, Sakakibara-san, is just to look at each other. But for me, as a friend, it is okay to agree to the request. But once the identity is misunderstood, then please forgive me for not agreeing to this request. I don't want him to come to the door angrily for no reason. Sakakihara thought for 2 seconds and roughly understood what Kiyosawa-san was thinking. I understand. Kiyosawa Otoha continued, if I agreed and was misunderstood, then what I did, in the eyes of Fujino, would be no different from the Fujino I hate now. Could it be that if he hurt me, I can hurt him the same way? Yes, doing this will relieve your anger, and it is indeed quite comfortable to make him misunderstand. But in the end, it will only lead to the breakdown of the relationship between the two parties. There is no need to make a fuss about this matter. To this extent, I blocked him just to calm him down. Let him think about what he did wrong. As long as he understands it and apologizes, I am willing to accept it. I wonder if Sakakibara-san can understand what I mean. The other person hurts you, but you don't hurt him back in the same way. How generous. After what Kiyosawa-san said, Sakakihara Raku couldn't help but admire Fujino for having such a good childhood sweetheart. As for Fujino's emotional disrespect, Kiyosawa could completely disrespect him and go back. But she didn't choose to do this, but refused and chose to maintain her boyfriend's dignity. Thinking of this, Sakakihara actually felt a little envious of Fujino. After all, his playful guy actually has such a good girlfriend who protects his boyfriend's identity outside. Sakakihara Raku inevitably wanted to laugh at himself. He apologized formally. I understand. I'm sorry, Kiyosawa-san. Just treat what I just said as if I didn't say it. It's nothing, Kiyosawa Otoi nodded and said with some doubts, Sakakibara-san, have you experienced anything recently? I don't know why, but I feel that you give me a different feeling than before. Really? Many people say that I have changed. It has changed, it has indeed changed. Although we have very little contact, your performance at the last sorority party, Sakakibara-san, was very eye-catching. Whether it was helping or handling big and small things, everyone treated you well. The reviews are all unanimous and great. Although I know I can't jump to conclusions, I know that Sakakibara-san wouldn't have made the request if you just thought about it for a moment. After a short pause, Kiyosawa Otoha said again, Sakakibara-san, you are upset. Are you troubled by something? Troubled by what? Confused. Confused, confused. The meaning of this word lingers in the chest. Saying this, it seems as if something is really stuck in his heart. This emotion has been bothering me lately. Every time Julie Yulai appears, I don't want to face her. I don't want to see her apology in person. He couldn't figure out what it was, but when Julie Yulai appeared, this emotion was particularly strong. Are you hiding from Julie Yulai? Sakakibara looked up, and the blue sky seemed extremely narrow in the cracks of the alley. He relieved his depression a little, shook his head and sighed, it's nothing. It's just that there are a lot of things that I can't figure out. In that case, Sakakibara-san, let's take this opportunity to talk. Maybe I can give you some good advice, Kiyosawa Otoha said with a smile. Well, Sakakibara thought for a while, and then asked, if a person causes unforgivable harm to you, but then sincerely apologizes, he really wants your forgiveness. He is very sincere, and you can feel it too. To the extent that she sincerely wants your forgiveness, will you choose to forgive her for such an apology? Kiyosawa did not rush to answer, but said after careful consideration, everyone's choice is different. Generally speaking, I don't think you should forgive first. Why? Injuries are always injuries, and some injuries are wounds that cannot be stitched. Since it is an established fact that the other person hurt you, there is no reason to forgive the other person. Isn't a sincere apology worthy of forgiveness? As far as the moment is concerned, it is not worthy of forgiveness, but it also depends on the situation. People are different, and the degree of harm caused by things is also different. For some people, the person who killed his father and his enemy can be forgiven, and for some people, it is just because the other person started fighting after touching him. This is all different. Kiyosawa suddenly raised his head and asked him, let me ask first, was it you who Sakakibara-san was talking about just now? Sakakibara Raku didn't mean to hide it, and said softly, it's me. Kiyosawa Netoha smiled, I just said that people are different. Since you have asked me this question, Sakakibara, what is the reason why your heart is not firm enough now? Isn't it just that you just can't let go? Isn't it that the other party's behavior is no longer so abominable in your opinion now? Can't let go? Yeah. I can't let go. Sakakibara looked up at the end of the street, and Amamai Kururi, who was hiding behind, once again retracted his head. Kiyosawa Otoha continued, if something is completely unworthy of forgiveness, then as long as you completely ignore the other party's apology, you have every reason to hate the other party. But now Sakakibara-san, you are so hesitant, and he didn't mean to hate the other party at all, which shows that what the other party did was definitely not something that can never be forgiven. Sakakibara Raku, I understand what you mean. Maybe you can't let go, but I still don't want to forgive her. I understand your feelings, but I don't want you to forgive her. What I want to say is that when faced with this kind of thing, the best way to deal with it is definitely not to avoid it, but to face it head on. Face it head on. Yes, doesn't Sakakibara-san feel that in this situation, both parties are in pain? The other party wants your forgiveness, but you are unable to forgive her because of her mistakes, and you are stymied by her sincerity. If you're honest, this will just create a knot in the knot and leave both of you deeply hurt by the relationship. What Kiyosawa Otoha said made Sakakibara Raku take a deep breath. Then I felt relieved in my heart. He thought carefully for a moment, and it was just as King Zao said. Both parties are not very happy now. Then how do you break this relationship? Kiyosawa Otoha put one hand on her hips and said with a smile, the depression is temporary. My suggestion is, at a time when you think it is appropriate, confess the relationship to the other party and tell the reason why you will not forgive the other party, and then, based on the other party's reaction, make the decision you think is right. I don't know the situation you are currently facing, Sakakibara-san, and I can't give you decisive advice at will. I just give you a reminder based on my personal experience. Please remember this, Sakakibara-san. Sakakibara thought hard. Not forgiving Julie Yulai doesn't mean that you can't sincerely let go. As long as he is just brooding over the fact that she cheated and dumped him. In the end, it's all about letting go. Alas, I originally thought I had given up. As a result, Julie Yulai found her that day and kept sending apologetic messages to herself. I still couldn't help but care. It's been over a month. More than a month. For more than a month, Tianhai Julie Yulai carefully expressed her apology to herself, for fear that she would be disliked again. Occasionally, when she and Li Yulai bump into each other at home, she has to apologize in front of him and lower her head. It is true that Sakakibara cannot forgive her, but it does not mean that he can see her like this in front of him. Maybe it's time to make things clear. She told Li Yulai not to worry about what happened before. For more than a month, she had thought too much. Instead of asking her to apologize every day, it would be better to just let this matter go. From now on, everyone goes their own way. This is true letting go. Blindly enjoying the countless apologies Li Yulai made to herself because of her mistakes made him less open-minded. True letting go is never about letting the person who made the mistake compensate himself again and again. It's about explaining things clearly so that they don't affect each other in future life. The former is called greed, and the latter is called letting go. I have to admit that as the party organizing the sorority, the student union president of the women's college next door, Kiyosawa Otoha does have her own opinions. Sakaki Hararaku felt that he was freed from the mystery all of a sudden, and knew what he should do. He nodded slightly to the person in front of him to express his gratitude. Thanks. There's nothing worth thanking. It's all clear to the outside world. Is there anything else you need to ask, Sakakibara-san? No, I already know how to deal with it. Well, as for the girl following you behind, I think you should also explain the situation to her. After Kiyosawa Neha said these words to Sakaki Hararaku, she put her hands together and nodded to him, and left here on her own initiative. After Tianhai Julie Yulai discovered that the unknown person came out, he hurriedly hid. Kiyosawa Otoi pretended not to see it and continued walking forward. Kiyosawa Otoha left, but the words he left behind made Sakaki Hararaku inevitably think. Face it head on? Yes, it's time to face it head on. The calm that had been built over the past month was broken on the day Tianhai Julie Yulai arrived. This shows that I have not given up at all. Being petty and childish are also a way to avoid Julie Yulai's apology. It is true that I like her, it is true that I was deceived and hurt by her, and her apology is also true. The emotions built up by these contradictory feelings made it difficult for Sakaki Hararaku to calm down. Because of this, I have to take the initiative to do something. Escape can't change any problems. Sakakibara walked forward and came to the corner of the street, where he found Amamai Kuruori hiding behind. Amamai Kuruori was obviously startled by the approaching Sakakibara Raku, and subconsciously wanted to find something to hide in. In the end, she hid behind a decorative tree in front of the store. Finally, she found that Sakaki Hararaku, who was approaching, stopped in front of her for a long time. She realized that she had been discovered and took the initiative to poke her head out. Elder brother. Sakakibara didn't want to make the atmosphere too tense, so he smiled and said, Kurulai has been following me from the beginning, right? Yetian Hijuli Yulai nodded, his slender hands tiredly holding the shoulder bag strap hanging on his shoulder. What's the reason? Why are you following me? The reason? I don't know either. Have no idea. Tian Hijuli Yulai quickly explained, no, it should be said that I don't know. I want to apologize to my brother, I want to get my brother's forgiveness, and I don't want my brother to have such a hard life. Although I know that I am not qualified to say these things, I still want to tell my brother. Well, I understand that you really want to apologize to me. Amamai Kuruuri was stunned, because she suddenly noticed that Sakaki Hararaku didn't seem to hate herself as much as before. Brother, how do the cookies I gave you taste? I did not eat. That's right. Chi Minjaya has always said that my sister's biscuits are not very delicious. With that said, Tian Hijuli Yulai turned around and took out an exquisitely packaged lunchbox from the school bag hanging on his shoulder. She held the lunchbox in her hands, took 2 steps forward, handed it to Sakakibara, and said with a lowered face, this is what I want to try to make for my brother's lunch, because when I gave him cookies, my brother didn't want to see me, so I hesitated for a long time today, but still couldn't send it out. Sakakibara reached out and took the bento she made. Opened it and took a look inside. The food is very exquisite, the kind of exquisiteness unique to girls. Neat dishes, with the right vegetables, broccoli for decoration, and handmade sushi wrapped in oil paper. An ordinary boy would definitely be very happy to be given a gift by a beautiful girl like Julie Yulai. Sakakibara silently looked at the lunchbox in his hand for a while, then closed the lid and kept it in his hand without returning it to her. I chose to accept it. Julie Yulai thinks, what is our relationship now? I can't answer it either. It's very complicated. Is that so? Sakaki Haro looked at her and smiled with relief. I don't want to embarrass you, Julie Yulai. Brother, can you go home and live? I don't ask for your forgiveness, brother, I just want to. Sakakibara shook his head, I have no intention of forgiving you, and I have no intention of moving back. I admit that I liked you, and your apology is indeed sincere. My previous experience is not a lie. 9 glazed glass. Brother, what do you want to say? We, here, officially break up. Brother Tian Hijuli Yulai didn't know why, but after hearing these words, her heart skipped a beat. Sakakibara smiled and said, the formal breakup means the end of our relationship. As long as it is over, we will no longer have to struggle with the previous things, and you will no longer need to ask for my forgiveness for the previous things. Of course, I will also make corresponding concessions and will not care about what you have done before. Sakakibara Raku said this calmly. Julu felt calmer than when he saw him a month later. Tian Hijuli Yulai squeezed the shoulder bag around his waist, in other words, my brother wants to completely put aside the previous relationship, right? Well, yes, before you forget what I did before, and I will also try to forget what you did to me. When my parents get married, as a family, this is an inseparable fact. I only hope that this relationship is easy to get together and break up, and no one will need to mention this past event in the future. Can you really forget? It's okay if no one mentions it. Will we just be ordinary friends from now on? Yes. The relationship has become that of ordinary friends. Yes. Tian Hijuli Yulai, okay, brother, I agree. Just agree. If you let it go, I'll let it go too. We can just live our lives peacefully from now on. Sakaki Hararaku was about to say goodbye and leave, but Amamai Kuruuri raised his face in front of him again. But since we are ordinary friends, it also means that I have the right to welcome you as an ordinary friend, right? Sakakibara didn't understand what she meant specifically. Yes. Then, I also have the right to pursue my brother, right? I know that my brother wants to forget this matter. He wants to separate our lives and feelings from each other. We will be ordinary friends when we meet again in the future. But I really can't do it, and my brother can't do it. In the past month, I have thought a lot, and I know that I have too many things to do to my brother. My brother is so good to me, but I only want to deceive and hide him. Dating should be a pure thing, like my brother initially had the same feelings towards me. I also hesitated when I promised my brother. My brother took me to temple fairs and scooped up goldfish. I saw his smile because of me and his happiness because of me. I said, no, what kind of feeling is it, but it really feels beautiful. Actually, after looking back, I thought about it again. I found that the reason why I agreed to my brother was not all for the feelings of Kyo, but also because my brother cared about me and his love for me was included in it. I would agree because my brother was good to me. Happy, I will be happy because my brother is shy as a boy in front of me. I think that the reason why I feel so uncomfortable now is firstly because I have done something wrong, and secondly because I feel that I have very, very deep feelings for my brother. Really sorry. I also understand my brother's intention to downplay this relationship, but I really can't forget how I feel sorry for him. Every time I think of my brother, he cooked so many delicious foods for me at night and got up at 6 o'clock every morning to serve me. The way we made breakfast, and the way my brother tried to get me back to normal when I was unhappy because of my mother's affairs, these are all my brother's concerns for me. The more I think about these things, the more I know that I'm so sorry, brother. I'm sorry, I'm really, really sorry. I understand that I did something wrong, so, brother, you can treat me however you want, or ignore my feelings. What I want to say is, even if you refuse, brother, you will feel guilty, and I feel happy that I got together not long ago. These are real emotions. I also understand that I can't bear to part with this time together. I will try to restore my previous relationship and ask for your forgiveness. Tianhai Julie Yulai finished this paragraph in one breath, and was already out of breath from exhaustion. Tianhai Kaimingyu turned another corner behind Tianhai Julie Yulai, with her back against the wall, and heard a large part of her sister's monologue. After Sakakibara finished what Amamai Kuruori said, his face was not calm, but it couldn't be said to be happy or moved. It was just an inexplicable and indescribable expression. Yeah, even if I won't respond to you at all. Yes. Even if my brother doesn't respond to me, I will try my best to pursue him. I really won't agree. Then I will still try to work hard. I really want to regain your trust, brother, even if it will take me a lifetime of hard work. Sakakihara laughed. He wanted to let go, and Juliuli wanted to pursue her. The two reached an agreement to let go of their previous feelings together. But this does not mean that Juliuli can let go of her previous emotions, because she is the perpetrator and the guilty party. With her character, it is even more difficult to accept the kind of mistakes she made. I can understand it, but that doesn't mean I have to agree with it. Sakakibara didn't say anything more, but turned around and walked out of the alley without saying anything. Tianhai Kaimingyu leaned against the wall corner behind her sister, not knowing what she was thinking. Farther away, Nishijimadeki and Fujino Yoshiyuki had become a mess. After listening to the entire conversation, their hearts were filled with excitement. Wait a minute, don't worry, let me clarify my thoughts. First of all, Minister Kuruori dated Sakakibara Raku. Hey, didn't you hear Minister Kuruori call Sakakibara brother? Since they are brothers, why are they dating together? Then, Minister Kuruori seemed to have done something to offend Sakakibara and wanted to apologize to him. As I said, their identities have not been confirmed, how can you be sure of the relationship between them? But I'm sorry about Sakakibara, but it can be confirmed, Fujino Yoshiyuki said, suddenly getting excited. Yes, why was King Zao in the alley just now? Minister Chi Minjio even took her to the other side to talk. Nishijima Ogai frowned in thought, and then explained, "Didn't you say that King Zao's cousin's shop is located on this street over there, and King Zao-san happened to come to play with her cousin?" Fujino Yoshiyuki calmed down. "She has been staying with her cousin recently. I went to see her yesterday and saw them all." "But, what is the relationship between Kiyozawa and Minister Juliuri and Minister Nanamijiyo? I don't understand." Fujino Yoshiyuki was calm at first, but in the end he couldn't calm down at all. He took Nishijima Oi's arm and shook it hard. "Hey, wait, don't worry yet. Then analyze it quickly, my head is about to explode." Ahem. First of all, the culprit of everything was Sakakibara. Well, yes, what next? Minister Kuruori is following Sakakibara, and Minister Nanamijetsu is following Minister Kuruori. Now, Minister Kuruori and Minister Nanamijetsu are twins and have a close relationship, and Minister Kuruori has an inexplicable relationship with Sakakibara. Fujino Yoshiyuki's eyes widened. Does Minister Nanamijetsu also like Sakakibara? The Sakakibara guy that Minister Kuruori wants to pursue is simply breaking news, okay. Nishijima Ogai rolled his eyes. "No, you didn't notice that Minister Nanamijiyo was following Minister Kuruori. I speculate that Minister Nanamijiyo knew the relationship between Minister Kuruori and Sakakibara, and also knew that Minister Kuruori was going to following Sakakibara. So, the younger sister followed the elder sister." In order to further verify the speculation, Nishijima Damu stuck his head out and looked across the street. He saw a picture, sure enough. Fujino Yoshiyuki climbed up the wall and said, "It's true." When he looked, he saw Tianhai Kaimingyu hugging Tianhai Julie Yulai in the alley of the street. He still didn't understand. Nishijima Oki said again, "At this time, there is only one truth. That is the fancy love triangle that Minister Chi Minjiyo felt sorry for my sister, and then came here specially." "What? It's a love triangle? Humph, I wonder if you have heard a rumor in school about Minister Chi Minjiyo." "What is it?" "Then Minister Chi Minjiyo doesn't like to have contact with boys. She only likes the rumors about her sister. In other words, Minister Chi Minjiyo and Minister Julie Yulai are actually..." Fujino's eyes widened again. "It's so exciting. Of course this is just a rumor, but judging from the current scene, it's not impossible." "What about Xiao?" Xiao, have something to do with Minister Chi Minjiyo. I see that Minister Chi Minjiyo just pulled Xiao and said a lot." This Nishijima Ogai was also stunned. He thought about it for a while. "Yes. What role did your girlfriend play in this? I didn't hear that she knew the two ministers." Minister Chi Minjiyo told her again what. "And Xiao has blocked me recently, and I don't even know the reason. Indeed, this thing seems to be getting more and more strange." At this time, both of them fell into a deep silence. The two squatted down. "Have you figured it out?" "No." "What is it now? Would you like to try to meet your childhood sweetheart?" "Huh? No, she won't see me when she's angry. I have to buy her a gift, and I have to think about where I went wrong." Nishijima Oki glanced at the camera in his hand. "By the way, I want to tell the people in the forum about the relationship between Minister Kuruori and Sakakibara." Fujino Yoshiyuki looked at him. "But, if you don't tell, there will be no reward." "Then tell. It feels like it's not fair when it reaches this level, it's their private matter." "Then you won't tell. If you don't tell, you won't get any money." In the endless entanglement and complex network of relationships, the two lowered their heads and fell into silence again. "It's better not to tell, this is Sakakihara's private matter," Fujino said. "Okay, it's your decision anyway." "About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple." Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 149. Pushing open the iron door of his residence, he faced the dozens of potted plants he had recently bought in the yard. The scene was accentuated by the dim sunset. When he walked in, Raku Sakakibara felt exhausted. It's strange, why is he still like this even though he confessed his relationship with Julie Yulai? Shouldn't we face everything that comes next calmly? Maybe I still need time to adjust. With this thought in mind, he came to the door, took out the key, and unlocked the door. General. As soon as the door opened, a figure suddenly jumped out. Raku Sakakibara stared blankly at Suzu Sakakibara, who had her two paws pinched beside her face. He looked carefully and saw a happy smile on her face. What, I didn't scare you. What a pity. As Suzu Sakakibara spoke, she put away her smug expression of squinting eyes, looked at Sakakibara's unresponsive face again, poked her head in, and asked with a smile. You are not happy. Sakakibara tried to ease the heavy mood just now. It's not that I'm not happy, it's just that I don't want to laugh that much. He walked into the house carrying the vegetables, and Sakakibara Suzuya quickly followed behind him. She looked left and right behind her and felt that her brother was not in a good mood. Brother, don't be unhappy. It's okay to be happy. Being happy is the most important thing. Sakakibara put down the plastic bag and sighed, even if you say so, being happy is not something that can be done casually. Do you want to hear my jokes? Joke. Can you tell it? Yes, of course I can. Suzu Sakakibara put her hands on her hips and made a thumbs up sign with her left hand. Broadcast programs need to adjust the atmosphere, okay. You need that casual and brisk tone, okay. It makes people relaxed and happy, and I am a supernova in the voice acting world. Sakakibara became a little more interested. Then tell me. Suzu Sakakibara closed her eyes, as if adjusting her voice, and brewed for 2 seconds. Please eat it while it's still cool, shark. After Sakakibara Suzu finished speaking, her face couldn't hold back anymore, and she covered her mouth first and laughed. It's so funny, ha ha, ha ha ha. What a cold joke. Sakakibara looked at her laughing and holding up the cupboard. Brother, don't you think it's funny? Ha ha, how can you eat when the shark comes, ha ha. At first, I really didn't feel it, but seeing Isuzu smiling so naively, Sakakibara Raku couldn't help but smile a little. What's so funny about this? Haha, bro, you obviously laughed. Okay. Okay, get out of the way, I'll go in and cook. Sakakibara Suzu made room for him amid her continuous laughter. It seems that the so-called bad jokes do not rely on the joke itself, but on the person who can tell the joke. He sorted out today's ingredients and immediately started preparing what to eat tonight. Today, there's curry beef, right? Suzu Sakakibara obviously hasn't recovered from her laughter. Have. Okay, well, why did you hit me on the head? Sakakibara Suzu stared at him with a pout on her face. It's okay. Just wait a moment. I'll be able to make it for you in about half an hour. Oh, Sakakibara Suzu seemed to be on full fire. Then I'll go watch TV. Aren't you going to do your homework? No, I'm too tired from doing homework. I'm leaving. Go ahead. Raku Sakakibara turned around and turned on the faucet. Suzu Sakakibara, who had just walked to the living room, turned around and made a weird face at him. Slightly. Then he left the kitchen. What a stupid girl. When Sakakibara took the bowl, a smile appeared on his face. Making curry is an extremely simple dish for Raku Sakakibara. He just needs to handle the ingredients a little, cut them all into cubes and stew them in a pot. By the time he finished cooking and came to the living room, Sakakibara Suzu had taken off her shoes, pleated skirt, and black stockings with her legs together, leaning on the armrest of the sofa to watch TV. Watching Korean dramas again. All she watched were those old Korean dramas, with extremely bloody plots. When Sakakibara brought the beef curry rice to her, he glanced at it and said, "What's so good about this? Their faces are made up whiter than white people, and their clothes are as clean as plastic. Oh, bro, you are almost turning into a mom. Mom hasn't been so nagging to me in years. Besides, this TV series is really good. It's about love." Suzu Sakakibara sat up with her legs crossed and wanted to reach out for something. Chopsticks, but not enough distance. "Why do you like watching love stories?" Sakakihara was happy to see that the coffee table was a little far away, so he pushed it closer to her. "Well, I just like watching love." Suzu Sakakihara picked up the chopsticks. "You didn't talk about it?" "Oh, oh, oh," Sakakihara Suzu waved her hand, "it's just because I don't have it that I like to watch it. This is called early experience. Brother, come and sit and watch it. Why am I looking at this? Come on, come watch with me." Sakakihara Suzu patted the place beside her and moved her legs to give him a space. Raku Sakakibara watched most of the TV series with Suzu Sakakibara. What impressed him most was when the third male lead, a good brother, said to the male protagonist before he died, "The murderer who killed me was Dash. Ah, before I could tell who it was, I died from poison." Well, Korean cable TV dramas are just different, they kill people casually. After watching for half an hour, Aling finished the curry, and then watched for another hour. I don't know what the screenwriter was thinking, but one thing was pushed back and forth in 2 episodes, and it was still unclear. Brother Sakakihara Suzuko yawned and rubbed her eyes. I seem a little sleepy, please lend me your legs to sleep for a while. Then you go back to your room and sleep. I'll wash the dishes." Sakakihara Raku was about to get up. Sakakibara Suzu grabbed his clothes. "No, I won't be able to fall asleep if we walk together. Just let me lean on you and I'll squint for a while." Sakakibara sighed, "If you sleep now, you won't be able to sleep at night." "Hee, then I'll come and play with you tonight, brother. How about we hide under the covers and play Monopoly? This is a board game, I guess. I didn't buy it, and there are too few people for 2. You stay, I want to sleep." "Okay, okay." The lights in the room were turned off, and Sakakibara used the light of the TV to take a look at her profile. Her eyes were a little hazy and half open. He seemed weak when he spoke just now, as if he was a little sleepy. "Probably because I have been working all afternoon today. Memorizing scripts, dealing with seniors, and matching such enthusiastic girls are very energy consuming. In addition, I have to take a half-hour subway and an hour's bus ride to come to my place." Sakakibara couldn't help but lower his voice. "Then don't sleep too long. I have to wash the dishes later and I haven't done my homework yet." Sakakibara Suzu moved her position and soon laid her face on Sakakibara Raku's legs. Raku Sakakihara soon felt the weight of her head on his legs. Even through her pants, the warmth on her cheeks seemed to spread to her thighs. It looks like she would sleep on her own when she was tired from playing when she was little. "Have you told Mom about your coming to my place to rest today?" "No, anyway, Mom didn't come back until midnight, so she probably thought I was already asleep." "Are you tired from work today?" "A bit. And the lunch is not delicious, the rice balls are cold." Suzu Sakakihara yawned greatly. Sakakibara listened to her voice and felt her even breathing. Even though the TV series was still making acting noises, he felt that his heart had calmed down at this moment. He touched his sister's head with his hand and gently stroked her soft hair with his fingers. The faint fragrance came. She didn't make any other movements under his own actions. She just lay quietly on his lap with her eyes closed. Eyes asleep. She could feel the body temperature, the feeling between her fingers, and her breathing. Sakakihara suddenly remembered that he had wanted such a sister in his previous life. She grew up with him in that small alley, sharing the first half of life together, sharing the joys and sorrows of life, sharing happiness and sorrow, and even occasional friction, which are the cornerstone of the brother-sister relationship. If there is such a sister to accompany me, I am willing to take good care of her, make her what she wants to eat, and help her do things she doesn't want to do. If she is bullied, she can still show off her power. Now, I really have a lovely sister in front of me. Still likes to stick to himself so much, Sakakibara is a little worried about gain and loss. Also, when people are used to being lonely, they will start to dream about things that are not possible. Some things that are simply impossible to obtain will naturally lead to delusions. Aling, are you asleep? Yeah was a very weak response. Why don't you call me? Nothing, I just want to hear what you have to say. Brother, don't be unhappy. Well, I'm not unhappy. Before you go to bed, I have a question to ask you. Do you think I have changed? Changed? What? That's it, personality type. Aling was silent for a while. Brother, you like Julie Yuli very much, right? Well, I like her very much. Julie Yuli did such an excessive thing to you, brother, you will definitely be sad. When people are unhappy, their personality will change. Just like me. I don't like to respond to people when I'm angry. No matter how much they care about me, I don't want to pay attention to the other person. But if the other person really ignores me, I will still be sad and feel that he doesn't value me. I don't care about him at all. It's important, I think it's better to leave. Sakakibara sighed, children are so angry. It's just a child's temper. But what about a child's temper? This is also a sign of sadness. I want to say that it's normal for you to be angry, brother, because you are also sad, and you are always angry and sad, so you become unhappy. Same. I understand your feelings, brother, that's why I support you in moving out. I've never seen you so sad before, brother. Sakakihara Suzu added in a low voice at the end. The words my sister said were like comforting myself, telling me to relax, not to think so much, and that I still had her support. It was strange to say that I, who had always comforted her, would actually be comforted by her one day. He's obviously just a lazy guy with a stinky personality. Do you still want to sleep? Sakakihara said softly. Yeah, I'm still sleepy. Then keep squinting for a while. I'll wake you up at 7 o'clock. No more chatting. Do not bother you to sleep. All right. There was obviously a bed for sleeping here, and there was also someone on the other side of the sofa to sleep on. But she had to fall on her lap. In the silence, Sakakihara Raku had already sensed that she was asleep. It's a small one, and its body is so weak that it seems like it will be hurt if touched. But she seemed to want to make herself feel warm, and tried to lean closer to herself. This girl. Sakakihara casually put the school uniform jacket on the back of the sofa on her body, watching the slight rise and fall that followed her breathing. Looking at her sleeping profile from above, she looks so comfortable that she doesn't want to be disturbed. This feeling, how can I put it? Just by looking at her, you can feel her presence. A lazy, delicious, and smelly girl. How come I have a sister like you in this life? At this age, he doesn't even know how to wash clothes. He still needs me to teach him how to fold clothes and help him make meals. Except for a slightly cuter face and a girlish figure, there is nothing else. Sakakibara pulled up the coat covering her body, covering her small arms. Even though my legs were numb. However, the way she is sleeping peacefully on his lap now makes me reluctant to wake her up. In early October, the weather turned cooler. Raku Sakakibara is currently in school and is also facing a serious problem. That means you haven't joined a new club yet. No clubs, no attendance credits. No attendance credit means repeating the grade. Repeat a grade? How could a dignified person in the top 3 grades be repeated? In order to prevent Suzu from riding on him and laughing at him, underclassmen, please call me senpai, Sakakihara Raku had to face the difficulties he faced when he first entered high school. Choose a club. Sakakihara-san, I would like to ask, why did you quit the Kyoto Club and the Literature Club? This Sakakibara was a little embarrassed in front of his homeroom teacher, Mr. Miyasaka. How should I explain it? There is a sister at home who needs my care. Without me, she can't even eat. Teacher Miyasaka was obviously not convinced by his statement, but he did not ask further questions. She closed the teaching materials on her desk, crossed her legs with a professional woman's air, placed one hand on the edge of the table, and looked up at him. I heard that you seem to have moved alone recently, and even moved to Bankiao district. It takes almost 2 hours by car. Is this a conflict with your family? It won't take that long, just over an hour. There will be a little traffic in the afternoon. As for the next question, it's personal reasons, personal reasons. Didn't you have a quarrel with your family? No. Teacher Miyasaka pondered for a moment and nodded. Well, in that case, it's not convenient for me to ask more about your family affairs. But, have you considered your new club? Not yet. Not yet. Sakakibara hurriedly said, Mr. Miyasaka, you have to give me more time. You know, it's already October, there are basically no clubs that accept people, and I don't know many people in school. Where can I ask? I know the situation well, but if you can't find it, you should tell me earlier. You go down first. I'll ask my students if there are any clubs that need people. I'll give you an answer this afternoon. Afternoon, Raku Sakakihara realized something was wrong. Teacher, there's no need to be so anxious. I can totally accept it next month. Teacher Miyasaka glared at him directly. Next month is the new year. How long have you quit the club? If you want the attendance rate to meet the standard this semester, you must find the club before this Friday, otherwise the number of attendance days once you get there, the teacher won't be able to help you. Friday. But today is Wednesday. No way, I've done it for you, only before Friday. Then can I create a club of my own? Oh, sure, as long as you can recruit 6 people, and then submit the club information and club founding goals to the student union, and then submit it to the school after approval by the student union, and the school will approve your club. It's so troublesome to write documents. How long will it take? The approval time is usually 7 to 14 days, after all, it needs to be verified. Forget it. Raku Sakakibara walked out of the teacher's office and walked in the student corridor with a sad face. Societies. 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 This October, the clubs are so full that they are so bad that there is not even a good place to get credits. Could it be that he had to go to the principal's uncle and ask him to open a returning home department for him as a special case? That won't work. I'll let the sour guys in the news department know about it, and I'll definitely write an article to satirize myself for abusing my relationship. This will also have an impact on my uncle's reputation in school. You know, the school magazine compiled by the news department can be sold in the school. All major societies can submit articles, and all comers are welcome, and the interests of the authors and the news department are equally divided. In order to gain attention, certain guys will write as exciting content as they can within the allowed range. The Illustrated Book of Celebrities of Mingtoku School for Men and Illustrated Book of Celebrities of Mingtoku School for Women that were circulated in the school came into being for this reason. Aling's nickname Little Angel also came from here. To make an exception in this harsh environment is undoubtedly to shout to the people of the country on Channel 1, my dad is XX. Moreover, my uncle has just been promoted from vice principal to principal, so how can he trouble others for such a thing? As soon as the bell rang and get out of class was over, Raku Sakakihara closed the book and grabbed Fujino and Nishijima, who were about to go to the toilet. Wait a minute, let me ask you a question. Fujino and Nishijima stopped and looked at each other. What's the problem? Do you have any clubs you would recommend? Fujino Yoshiyuki suddenly thought about it and suddenly realized, Sakakihara, you have resigned from the Kyoto Club and the Literature Club. If you don't go, you won't have any attendance points, right? As much as I hate to admit it, this is the truth. Nishijima Oki stood next to Fujino, thinking seriously, so, Sakakibara, what type of club do you want to join now? Culture, hobbies, sports. It's really difficult for me to make a choice suddenly. Hey, Miyasaka-sensei must have reminded you several times. That's because I don't care. I can do any type. I just want to ask, do you have any good clubs to recommend? Fujino Yoshiyuki suddenly smiled, looking very happy. Me. Come to us. Stop talking, Sakakihara interrupted him with his hand. Fujino Yoshiyuki's face darkened and he said unconvinced, damn it, Sakakibara, don't look down on the prison escape club. That one of yours is too weird. I still can't figure out who these people are. Raku Sakakihara refused sternly, turned to look at Nishijima, and then asked, do you have any recommendations for Nishijima? Wait a minute, Nishijima Ogai thought for a while, it seems that the clubs I know don't need people very much. The Manga Research Club needs to have basic drawing skills and know how to film. The threshold is too high. Game Club, our game club seems we are still recruiting people, how about you come to our game club? If you can handle the rules of the Kyoto Club, then you can definitely do it in the game club. Gaming club? That's not impossible. Okay, I'll go take a look. Nishijima Ogai put down his arm and nodded, okay, I'll take you to see it this afternoon. Prison Break Club, Sakakibara, you should consider joining our Prison Break Club. Farewell, that weird club of yours, I'm afraid my reputation will be ruined if I join. How is that possible? Everyone there is so loving. They have muscles, a good figure, and abdominal muscles. They also love to exercise. Sakakihara looked at him with a different look. Why is it getting weirder the more I talk about it? Would you like to join? Definitely no. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 150. Get out of class is about to end. Teachers who teach quickly tend to leave everyone some time for themselves at this time. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes. It is useless to use such a small amount of time to do homework. Most students will choose to lie down and take a nap, or chat quietly with the neighbor, or take out their mobile phones under the desk and take a look or two to see if there are any text messages. In such a classroom atmosphere, Raku Sakakihara, who was leaning against the window, turned his head to the window. Sitting in the classroom on the fourth floor, he looked at the scene on the playground through the leaves mottled by the sun, the female classmates who were running, with their flowing hair, and there is a sense of suffocation that can be felt on their faces from a distance. Are you so tired from running? Sakakihara crooked his fingers to support his face and continued to observe boredly. Soon, I saw a bright flaxen ponytail on the playground track. This hair is so distinctive. Wearing a white short-sleeved sportswear, black sports shorts, and blue sports running shoes that go past the ankles, he looks very youthful. The beautiful girl is indeed a beautiful girl, and she can attract a lot of attention just by running on the playground. The skin on the neck, arms, and thighs under shorts is so delicate that it would make anyone imagine. But something is wrong. Why is it running so slowly? After Sakakibara observed it carefully for a while, he realized that it was not Juriuri, but Nanamayu. Julie Yulai runs in a standard way, and her running starts easily and gracefully. Chi Minjiu is equivalent to a novice, taking small steps and raising small hands. Tian Haikimingyu, who usually walks like an elegant young lady, actually starts running like this. No wonder she never agreed when I asked her to go out for a run. Sakakibara couldn't help laughing when he saw it. After watching Tian Hikaimingu and running a lap, the school bell rang. After the teacher left and put on his school bag, Fujino Yoshiyuki and Nishijima Ogai called him and made an appointment to go to the game club that they talked about at noon. The corridors of the teaching building are full of students after school. Isn't it too early to go now? School has just ended, Raku Sakakihara asked. Sakakibara, you are looking down on those people in the game club. Fujino Yoshiyuki shook his head gently, crossed his arms and put on a knowledgeable look. They will go directly to the club after class. Don't worry, we walked there, it's definitely slower than them. Is that an exaggeration? Just to play the game quickly. There is such a group of people anyway. Follow the two of them to the 3F game department of the club building. The full name of the game club is Beautiful Girl Video Game Club. However, the so-called beautiful girls are all gimmicks used to attract new people. In fact, there are no beautiful girls at all, there are only various boys in it. The layout of the club is pretty good, with a row of computers in the middle. 10 units in total. The bookshelf on the right holds a lot of game guides and cartridges. There are also many ancient magazines published by ancient newspapers, and there are also a bunch of game consoles. Needless to say, there are modern mainstream products such as PS5, Xbox, and Switch. Very old third-generation game consoles, Red and White FC, and Grey NES. The fourth generation, Sega Mega Drive. The fifth generation, PS1, and 64. 6 generations, DC, PS2, Xbox, etc. Of course, none of the above Sakakibara Raku knew, so he had to rely on the sticker in the window to know the model of the game console. As Fujino said, less than 10 minutes after school, several people came to this club. However, no one greeted him. Everyone was sitting and playing games. After leaning against Nishijima Omu for a long time, a man with a beard full of chin came to Sakakibara Raku. Who are you? There are 4 groups a year, Sakakihara Raku. If you want to join the club, come and have a look. The third-year game club director weighed his square-framed glasses and looked Sakakihara Raku up and down. Why, I always feel like I've seen you somewhere. Have you seen me? No, we have never met. The head of the game club scratched his head, looking like he had a headache, and his face was haggard. It feels like I have seen it before somewhere, but I really can't remember it. As for joining the club, there are 4 groups a year, and they are the same as Nishijima. You're in the class, right? Are you also a gal game lover? I'm not. Then what type of game do you like? Act? RPG? RPG? FPS? Or MSC? Puzzle? In addition to what he said, he also talked about a long list of game types. With such a long abbreviation and the unique Japanese English pronunciation, Sakakibara couldn't understand what he was saying at all. To be honest, Sakakihara Raku is just an ordinary game player and has never played a few games in total. Tell me what type of play he likes to play. Role play. RPG, the game club director said, stroking his chin, with dark circles in his eyes as if he had stayed up too late. Oh, a lot of people don't like RPGs these days, and they play more shooting games, and shooting games are more popular. We have some exciting battle royale mechanics, but our gaming club welcomes everyone, so if you want to join, that's fine. He pointed to the cardboard box in the corner of the classroom. The application form for joining the ministry is over there. If you think about it, just go over there and get one, then fill it out and give it to me. It's that simple. Isn't that what joining the club is all about, filling out a form? If it weren't for school regulations, I wouldn't want to accept the form. The director of the game club waved his hand lazily. This is not only different, it is the same as the sports club. Sports clubs have various thresholds. Some popular clubs, such as baseball clubs, refuse to accept people without a few years of experience. In the game club here, the minister just waves his hand. Wait, the game club director seemed to have thought of something again, and suddenly reached out to stop him. How? The minister did not speak, but touched his chin and looked back and forth at Sakakibara Raku. Well, I'm sorry, Sakakibara-san, we won't be accepting anyone for the time being. This time, not only did Sakakibara Raku have question marks on his head, but so did Fujino and Nishijima behind him. Wait a minute, Minister, why dash? The head of the gaming club adjusted his glasses and stopped Nishijima Oi from speaking. Then he looked at Sakakibara Raku and smiled, well, you can join if you want, but just like a sports club, our club also has thresholds. Sakakibara thought something was wrong. Why did he suddenly change his mind? The head of the gaming club threw up his hands helplessly. Sakakibara-san must be a newbie in gaming. That's right. In our club, we all have very experienced people, and they have bad tempers. Although I usually scold them, but once I get slowed down by playing games, I'm afraid they won't be able to help but criticize you. This kind of thing does exist, but why does it always sound so far-fetched? Okay, Sakakibara-san, just to verify, do you want to try a game? To test whether you meet the criteria for joining the club. Okay. Sakakibara agreed. Yes, that's it, our page games are very simple. Choose this, the one with no clothes on. Well, just beat the big tree guard. It's very simple. The result is obvious, Sakakibara Raku did not successfully join the game club. Strange. He walked out of the club classroom of the game club and thought about it. After Aji Nishijima said a few words to the people from the game department, he quickly followed, Sakakibara, do you feel that they are making things difficult for you? Am I a bit unpopular? But the minister was quite polite when he spoke to me. Fujino Yoshiyuki, who was walking with his head in his hands, couldn't help but said, are you being polite? Playing a difficult action game and asking you to choose the most useless one to beat the big tree guard is definitely bullying people who don't understand the game. Sakakibara thought for a moment, even if what you said is right, in terms of attitude, I really don't feel that he dislikes me. It's more like he suddenly thought of something and was embarrassed. It seemed that after he saw my appearance clearly, I refused. As soon as he said these words, Fujino and Nishijima froze in place and looked at each other. Sakakibara took 2 steps and realized that they were not following him. He looked back and said, what? What are you doing standing over there? Ahaha, no, it's nothing. Don't you want to join the club, Sakakibara? I originally wanted to come with you and let you join a game club, but now things have gone wrong, and we are responsible to the end. Yeah. You. Hey, Sakakibara, Fujino Yoshiyuki suddenly came over and enthusiastically took Raku Sakakibara's arm, let's go to the bulletin board and see if there are any other clubs that are suitable for you. Every second counts. That's right. Sakakibara felt something was wrong more and more. Why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden? Let's go, let's not get too involved in the details. Arriving at the largest notice board in the school atrium, Raku Sakakibara glanced up. There are many societies. But it's either full or not needed. Either the requirements are too high, or the club is too weird. For example, the upside-down sleeping department is even weirder than the prison escape department. There is also something to promote the school ministry. The goal of the club is to push down the walls of the teaching building every day. It is claimed that over time, it can push up the entire school. Are you sure this isn't a superstition club? Sakakibara Raku didn't even know how this kind of club could survive. The strongest men's department is dedicated to recruiting the strongest men in our school. Here, strength, technique, and physical strength are all important. Your abilities will be trained and your spirit will be improved. And Fujino Yoshiyuki raised his head, read the rest of the text silently in his mind, and then waved to Sakakibara Raku and Nishijima Oki next to him. Hey, Sakakibara, Nishijima, come and take a look. Sakakibara approached and focused his gaze in the same direction, the strongest man club. His heart froze. This club is no problem. Nishijima Daki said this subconsciously. Sakakibara Raku also fell silent. As far as the name is concerned, can I go to this club? They are probably all a bunch of muscle guys. No, I've never seen anyone so ridiculously strong in this school. Fujino Yoshiyuki continued to think about this recruitment poster. What is this club painting? It's too abstract. Forgive me for not being able to appreciate this kind of art. Nishijima Oki also pondered for a while. A hand-painted long-haired gorilla? Look at the big mallet in his hand. Bangchui? It seems so, but it seems not. Oh, Fujino Yoshiyuki suddenly realized, do you want to show your strength through the chimpanzees, and then the big mallet in your hand is their exercise equipment? It's hard to say, so how do you explain the hat on the gorilla's head? Hat, only humans wear hats. This shows that they are different from ordinary humans. They are civilized people among muscular men. It makes sense. Nishijima Damu nodded. Would you like to go and have a look? Fujino Yoshiyuki said to him. It depends on what Sakakibara says. It seems that only this club is recruiting in this area. The requirements of other clubs have not been posted, or they are not hiring at all. It is October, and there will be winter vacation soon. Not many clubs will recruit new people. Sakakibara Raku, who had been silent for a while, thought for a while, well, let's go take a look first. The strongest man club is not mixed in with various physical exercise clubs as imagined, but is sandwiched between the flower arrangement club and the cooking club, located in the corner of the 5th floor of the club building. The strongest man department. Standing at the door of this club classroom, Sakakibara Raku even thought about what the scene was like inside. By the way, have you heard of the name of this club? Sakakibara raised his head and asked the two people behind him. No. Fujino and Nishijima shook their heads together. That's okay. Sakakibara knocked on the door, and soon the door opened. Ahem, who are you? What opened the door was a boy with short hair in a white shirt, an apron, and an egg beater. He seemed to have been choked by something, and he was covering his mouth and coughing. Sakakibara smelled a smell of peppercorns. As for this member, he is thin and short, with no muscles in his arms and no strength in his legs. Sakakibara took a step back and looked at the door number. It is indeed the strongest man division. An idea flashed in Fujino Yoshiyuki's head, and he made a fist with his right hand and hit his left palm. Oh! I know, this must be the strongest man who is still training, that is to say, the strongest man in the growth period. Nishijima Ogai shook his head in disappointment. Have you ever seen the strongest man holding an egg beater? He was clearly cooking inside. Okay. Sakakibara glanced inside and saw that he was really cooking. He even saw the stove fire. Who are you? The man asked. Ah, this one wants to join the club. Fujino Yoshiyuki pointed at Sakakibara Raku. The boy with broken hair also moved his eyes to his face. Can I say I don't have it? I'll call the minister over. Who wants to join the club? What makes Sakakibara even more speechless is that the president of the strongest men's club is actually a girl with long hair. More effeminate. Female, Fujino Yoshiyuki was the first to be surprised. Male, the head of the strongest man department looked at him with an unkind look and changed his voice. Don't think that if you have long hair, you are a girl. Sorry, I didn't see clearly just now. Fujino Yoshiyuki wanted to laugh. Laughing? Why are you laughing? The minister picked up the spatula in his hand, knocked on the door frame twice, and indicated the name of the club classroom. This is the strongest men's club. Do you understand what a man is? It means that a man is a man who is not a woman. In other words, there are no women here. Embarrassing, so embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Fujino Yoshiyuki wanted to turn around and leave quickly, but no, I really couldn't stay any longer, I really wanted to laugh. Isn't this nonsense? Nishijima Oi couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Sakakibara fell silent immediately. It turns out that there is such an original club in the school. It's because he has little knowledge. So, who wants to join our club? First of all, let me explain to you, the goals of our club, strength, skills, and physical strength, all need to be comprehensive. Fujino Yoshiyuki couldn't help but laugh when he saw his chest-thumping action with the spatula. Ha ha ha, how can you have anything to do with these 3 points? Ha ha ha. No way, I'm laughing so hard. The minister was not annoyed. He held the spatula in his hands, held his head high and said seriously. Strength refers to cooking, you have no strength, you can't even hold the pot. Skills refers to cutting vegetables. You want to cut vegetables quickly, huh? Don't you need skill? You still have physical strength. Standing for hours on end cooking doesn't require physical strength. Then, he glared at Fujino Yoshiyuki, who was laughing. Secondly, please respect everyone's hobbies. Nishijima Ogai asked, then this should be the cooking department or the home cooking department. Why do you have such a name? And your slogan is too misleading, right? This naming is too uncharacteristic. We have to be separated from the cooking section next door. They don't welcome boys there, so naturally we don't welcome girls here. As for publicity, I remember we drew a picture of me cooking. Didn't you recognize it? All 3 of them were silent. Fujino and Nishijima discussed quietly behind Sakakihara Raku. It couldn't be him as the hairy gorilla. Guess so. Is that big mallet a spatula? It looks like a frying pan to me. No, it's just a spatula. No, definitely a frying pan. After leaving the Strongest Man Club and arriving at the entrance to the stairs below the club building, Raku Sakakihara suddenly became very melancholy. Why does such a school have such a weird club? Ahem, that Sakakibara, I just asked you about the head of the Strongest Man department. Sakakihara shook his head. Stop talking, I won't join. Fujino Yoshiyuki picked up his school bag and interjected, if you ask me, it's just that I joined a club and went to work. Everything is the same. Nishijima Oki explained for Sakakibara, that's not the problem. I asked it just now. After the minister heard the name Sakakibara, he didn't want him to join. Sakakihara turned around, why? Well, they said you were depositing money in cash, and their club doesn't accept cash deposits. What weird reason, I won't accept it if I don't accept it. Sakakihara Raku was given a headache, forget it, let's go to the prison escape department. Fujino Yoshiyuki glanced at him, huh? Have you changed your mind? I just went to take a look. By the way, wasn't Nishijima in the prison escape department before? Why was it replaced by you, Fujino? It's so easy to understand. He quit and I joined. Reason, Sakakibara looked at Nishijima Daiki. It's simple. The gaming community has too many resources. Oh, that's how it is. Fujino Yoshiyuki, Sakakihara, let me tell you first, I don't think the Prison Break Club will let you join. Huh? Why? You won't let me join. I'm being targeted. Because I accidentally lost the memory card of my camera for a while. Fujino Yoshiyuki became more and more embarrassed as he talked. Sakakihara was confused. If you lose your memory card, what does it have to do with me? I didn't steal it from you. Ahahaha, it's true. It was really picked up by someone who didn't know who was throwing it away. Then those shameless guys went to the campus forum to claim the reward. It's so abominable. Originally we didn't plan to make it public, Nishijima Oi added. Yes, it's true, we didn't get a penny. What? What does this have to do with the campus forum? It took more than 10 minutes for Sakakihara to listen to their explanations. In short, they took a photo of themselves chatting with Julie Yulai, someone picked it up, and then they went to the school forum to get some 100,000 yen. It's not a big deal. They deleted only a few pictures, and they were still far apart. He and Julie Yulai kept a considerable distance. It's just that a bunch of boys knew that Julie Yulai and themselves did have some kind of strange relationship. Tisk, there's nothing to envy about this. Sakakibara, you won't be angry, right? Sakakihara glanced at them. Angry? Of course I'm angry. What's wrong with me? I have nothing to do to investigate my relationship. Fujino shrank and scratched his head. I also accidentally dropped the memory card. It's all because this guy Nishijima asked me to go to dinner, so I didn't delete all the photos. When I came back, I forgot, the card was gone that afternoon. Why pass the blame to me? It's obviously the thief's fault, okay. Sakakibara, haha, how about we treat you to a meal as an apology? No need, tell me first what kind of photos you took. It's really nothing. The distance between you and Minister Julie Yulai is just a photo of talking to each other. This can only prove that you and Minister Julie Yulai have a certain relationship. Is this so? Think about it carefully. Even if those guys knew about his certain relationship with Julie Yulai, so what? If you continue to dig deeper, you will only discover that he is her adopted brother. At that time, they will no longer be envious, but their faces will light up when they see them. Although Sakakihara Raku doesn't think they can detect it. After all, it is a matter for the Tianhai family. Come on, you two, why not help me figure out what club to join? Sakakibara, you shouldn't be able to do it with the boys now. After all, that guy still has some energy. You should be able to do it with the girls. I know you are very popular with the girls. Is there any? Raku Sakakibara muttered in his mind, what kind of guy could restrict himself from joining a club with so much energy? It is true. Sakakihara Raku, Fujino, and Nishijima were walking while chatting, and without noticing, they arrived at the back door of the teaching building and saw a girl with wavy short hair. Fujino Yoshiyuki looked forward and said immediately, isn't that the squad leader? It's the monitor, Nishijima nodded. He suddenly remembered something and turned to Raku Sakakibara and said, that's right. Sakakibara, the monitor is the deputy director of the music department. You can go and ask her for help. Fujino also remembered something and nodded in agreement. That's right. Sakakibara, you usually help the monitor so much, if you ask her, she will definitely agree. Deputy Minister of Music. That's right. Sakakibara-kun, do you want to join the music club now? Water AI saw the three people in front of her who came to join in the conversation. Fujinomama stepped forward and said, yes, Mr. Monitor, this guy Sakakibara is a good person. Even if he doesn't know any musical instruments, he can still help you move them. Minami AI covered half of his face with a book and smiled, Fujino-kun is really interesting. If I guess correctly, Sakakibara-kun quit the club and failed the assessment, right? That's right. Sakakihara Raku was a little curious, did the teacher tell you? Ah, there's no such thing. Ai Minakami looked at him, panicked for a second, then put down the book covering her face and changed the subject. If Sakakibara-kun wants to join the music club, you can go to the music club with me now. See. I happen to be going over there to practice. Isn't the cultural festival coming soon? Everyone is preparing for the cultural festival right now, and they have been preparing for it for many days. The two guys, Fujino and Nishijima, kept urging Sakakibara to go quickly. He was already desperate, so there was nothing wrong with him going to take a look. In the classroom of the music department, melodious ensemble music came from the corridors of the building. Sakakibara couldn't tell what kind of music it was, but judging from the rhythm that was sometimes beautiful and sometimes intermittent, it was definitely a practice piece. Following the squad leader to the door of the music club classroom, Sakakibara Raku and Fujino Nishijima were able to get a glimpse of the whole music club. Everyone was seen holding classical instruments from the symphony in their hands, wearing Western-style school uniforms, with red ties and bows that were extremely conspicuous at the neckline. Everyone was melodiously spitting out musical notes following the rhythm, playing a whole little piece of music rhythmically. "Senior, there are many seniors in the senior class," Fujino whispered to Nishijima and Sakakibara, suppressing his excitement. Raku Sakakibara noticed that he was looking at a senior student with long black hair and straight hair. He had some impression of this senior, as if she was someone's island new, a girl with her own charm. The most important thing is that she was born well, and her cultivation and appearance are quite good. The two summaries are beautiful. Nishijima pushed up his glasses confidently, 89, 62, 90. This data is good. Sakakibara Raku was embarrassed that their conversation was overheard by the monitor. Under the monitor's detailed introduction to the instruments, the group of people waited until the practice in our music department was over. Ai Minakami took several people to meet the head of the music department, Sachiko Miyake. The minister seemed to know Sakakibara Raku and looked at him specially. The content of the chat is relatively simple. It's nothing more than what instruments you are good at and whether you have any musical foundation. Apart from playing the guitar twice, Sakakibara Raku can only hear the sound but not the shape of other instruments. Miyake Sachiko seemed to see his difficulty. Sakakibara-san actually just wants to find a club that can survive this semester first, right? That's right, Sakakibara Rakia confessed directly. You don't plan to enter the music department in the long term, and you don't plan to make music your hobby and goal. Well, although I like listening to music, and I admire people who can perform a piece of music to its fullest, please forgive me for making this my lifelong goal. Sakakibara Raku was talking to the minister, with Fujino and Nishijima standing behind him. The members of the music club were chatting, and for some reason, Juliuli seemed to be talking about Juliuli's dawn concert. Their exchanges were full of yearning, admiration that she could give a concert of that level at this age. Why are there so many Juliuli fans here? Sakakibara couldn't help but complain in his heart. Well, that's understandable. It's not impossible to accept you. Minister Sachiko thought for a moment, then touched her chin and nodded to herself. But you were before this Friday, right? Yes, the attendance card disappears after Friday. This is a bit troublesome. The student union's approval takes time. We can't fill out the group admission report today. You can submit it tomorrow. I'm afraid your attendance information won't be reported within one day. Shui Ai raised her hand weakly from behind. On Saturday, I can come to school. Everyone knows that Saturday is break time, and it is very troublesome to come to school. Sakakibara Raku didn't expect that the squad leader would help him to this extent, and it was inevitable that he felt a little owed a favor. Minister Sachiko glanced at his deputy minister specifically, and then nodded, "Okay, I'll be back on Saturday as well." The student union still needs someone to help input the information. But after Sakakibara-san joins the club, even if it's just for a short time, you have to learn to choose an instrument and practice it. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain the situation to other club members. This is for sure. In short, Sakakihara Raku found a place where he could temporarily take shelter from the wind. Before leaving the school, Fujino and Nishijima said to Sakakihara Raku again, "Do you feel that the head of the music club really wants you to join?" Raku Sakakibara asked, "Is the head of the music department doing this just to save our monitor's face?" Nishijima Ogai, I don't rule out this possibility. The squad leader has indeed been selling favors to you, Sakakibara. I heard it before leaving. The minister was supposed to go for a walk with his friends on Saturday, but you dragged him away at this time. I can't go. Fujino looked at Raku Sakakibara strangely. I can understand the squad leader helping you, but why would that minister help you like that? She is also a good person. Wait, do you understand why the monitor helped me? Hey, Sakakibara. Don't tell me you didn't realize that the monitor is interested in you. No way, it's a normal classmate relationship. A normal classmate relationship would be concerned about whether your attendance has been hit or not. Isn't that what you are? Okay, Sakakibara. Pretend to be stupid. Bar. Sakakihara smiled, really not. Can I trust you? The three of them chatted and laughed all the way to the fork in the road outside the school. When they officially parted, Sakakihara waved to the two of them under the sunset, turned around and walked back. On the original day, there was no one in the deserted home that I moved back to. Will Aling come to see me today? Sakakihara Raku didn't know why, but when he looked into the distance, he suddenly remembered the shameful scene of Suzu shouting "Uni-I-chan, I love you the most," in the recording studio with a blushing face. It's really a social death. Sakakihara shook his head with a smile, slinging a shoulder bag, walking along the streets of Tokyo, stepping on the zebra crossing under the sunset, and walked towards his new home. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 151. On Friday, October 4th, the October wind began to bring a cool breath. Raku Sakakibara still gets up early and goes out for a run along various trails in the Arakawa community. He became a celebrity here. Because he is always running around in residential areas full of telephone poles and bicycles, many grandmothers and grandfathers who get up early to exercise have gotten to know him, and they will say good morning every day when they see him. The atmosphere is friendly and comfortable. But the only bad thing is that when he gets a drink from a roadside vending machine, the old people will tell him that the drink is unhealthy and contains food additives. It's even worse if you drink soda, your bones will melt. Sakakihara Raku would nod in agreement every time, but he didn't think so in his heart. It seems that the elderly in this part of Asia think so, and some even think that message cannot be eaten because it is unhealthy. But isn't message just a substance called glutamic acid? Glutamic acid is added to miso, and it is also found in kelp. Isn't this eating message in disguise? Sakakibara put away this incomprehensible thing and continued running along the lawn path next to the Arakawa River. The morning breeze stirs up the aroma of fragrant grass beside the road, and the green shade is mixed with the smell of earth. The dewdrops on the grass tips are reflected by the sun, shining like a dreamy green in the morning. After running home, washing his face and making some breakfast, Sakakibara went to the second floor to wake up his sister who had not yet woken up. "Ha brother, please help me get dressed. I'm so tired and too lazy to get dressed." It's a beautiful thought. Then we had breakfast together and changed clothes for school. Is it so slow to put on shoes? Sakakihara Suzu kept hooking her feet back, but no matter how hard she tried, the heels of the small leather shoes hanging on her fingers just couldn't get through. "Hey! Brother, wait for me and don't go out." Hurry up. Okay, hurry up, hurry up. Sakakibara Raku stood at the iron gate of the yard and glanced at Sakakihara Suzu inside. She finally put on her shoes, hurriedly closed the door, and then ran to Sakakibara Raku's side with a small skull bag on her back. Sakakihara Suzu blinked and suddenly realized that he was much taller than her, and her head just reached his shoulders. Her short hair was facing the sun when she saw her brother's face. She stood on tiptoes, raised her head, put her two fingers together and faced herself, tilted her head to the left, squinted her eyes and smiled brightly at him. Good morning, good morning. Sakakihara hit her on the head with a knife and said, "Where did all these dramas come from?" Sakakibara Suzu was in pain, holding her head and bulging her face. "What, your freshly combed hair has been messed up by you." Listening to the jingle of bicycles passing behind him, Sakakihara locked the iron door. "It's obviously very cute, okay." Sakakihara turned around and looked at his sister who was combing her hair with her hands. White shirt, Western-style lapel school uniform, red bow, solid color pleated skirt and over-the-knee black socks. It is the age of youth. It's your birthday in December. It's the last day of November. Have you thought about any gifts? I'll be 16 by then. Raku Sakakibara turned around and walked. Suzu Sakakibara grabbed the strap of her skull bag around her waist with both hands and hurriedly followed. And he jumped and walked beside him and asked. "Gifts, gifts, brother, I have thought of any gifts." "Have not thought? Ah, so disappointed. The main reason is that I have difficulty choosing. I don't know what to give." "Be careful. It doesn't matter whether it's expensive or not. After all, brother, you are poor." Suzu Sakakihara clapped her fingers, as if counting, "When you move out this time, you have to pay the rent, and you also have to pay for living expenses, plus that king crab, the money given by Uncle Tianhai and my mother must have almost been spent." "Well, it's true, that part of the money really didn't save much." Sakakihara did not finish the sentence because it was difficult to explain the source of some of the money. Sakakibara Suzu jumped and stood in front of Sakakibara Raku, causing him to stop. "Hey, I have money, how about I support you?" Her face is so cute that it makes you want to pinch it. "Your eyes are almost shining." Sakakibara walked around her and looked forward. "How can I have a brother who needs a sister to support him?" Sakakihara Suzu followed up in a small step. "Whatever you want. I will support you. As long as you cook and wash clothes for me every day, I won't mind if you spend my money." "I don't mind if you don't mind." Sakakibara Suzu was angry. How could there be such an incompetent person? "Humph, you are a bad Lele who doesn't know good from evil." Sakakibara glanced sideways at her. "Come here." "I don't want it." Sakakihara Suzu was instantly frightened and quickly held her head. "Walk all the way to the bus stop outside the community and stand under the stop sign. The mountains ahead are full of greenery, and the trees in the early morning are attractive." The two of them look at the scenery together and wait for the bus. Then, "What's for dinner tonight?" "It's only morning and you're already thinking about dinner. You don't want to eat food from outside?" "Brother, you can't make it delicious. Don't always act coquettishly towards your brother." "What kind of coquettishness is this?" "This is a request." "Yes, it is a request." "Shouldn't the request be you must cook for me today?" Sakakibara held his forehead in confusion. "Idiot." "You're an idiot too." "Okay." Sakakihara Suzu showed no sign of weakness. "Idiot Aling. Idiot Lele. Idiot Aling. Idiot Lele. Idiot Aling. Idiot Lele." In the midst of endless silliness, the two got on the bus together. There was still room in the back row, so the two of them walked over. Sakakihara Raku walked in front and took the seat first. "Let me sit inside." "Didn't you just call me a fool?" "Obviously you were the one who said I was stupid first." Sakakihara Suzu glared at him viciously. pouted, pulled him from inside to the outside, and then squeezed in. Your skullbag slapped me in the face. Sakakihara was forced to turn her face away by the skullbag behind her butt. Who called you bad? Sakakibara Suzu took her skullbag off her back and sat inside with it in her arms. She noticed that Sakakibara looked at her and made a face. Slightly. Sakakibara couldn't help but want to laugh. Should I say that this girl has a special talent for making faces? She really wanted to be spanked, and wanted to grab her by the hand, then pull her face out and pull her out hard. Sakakibara promised that if she made a face to him again, he would grab it with one hand. Unfortunately, she stopped moving and started scrolling through her phone and Twitter as soon as the bus engine started. She took the opportunity to take a look or two, but she refused to read it in disgust, saying that it was a private message from a fan to her. Do you have to reply to every private message from your fans? Of course. After all, they are supporting me, so I must reply seriously. Aling's reply must be very cute. She is the kind of person who keeps emoticons when chatting with her, and she likes to use all kinds of happy, angry, sad, happy, and silly expressions. The way he talks is also cute. Maybe it would be happy to be her fan? After all, there are really not many idols who can seriously reply to letters one by one. The slowly moving bus drove out of the mountain and left Bangkiao district on the downhill slope, passing more than a dozen stops along the way. When driving onto a residential road, I looked out the window and saw that the surrounding buildings and trees with branches were so close that it seemed like I could reach out and touch the stone walls of the residential area. This is a very wonderful experience. Looking at the sister next to me, she has put down her mobile phone now, her head is half hanging, and she is sleeping weakly. Didn't you wake up last night? As the bus turned left, Sakakibara Suzu staggered and fell in his direction. After holding on for several rounds, she couldn't hold on anymore and fell on Sakakibara's lap. In her groggy consciousness, Sakakibara Suzu subconsciously planned to get up, but after she spotted it was Sakakibara Raku, she fell on him and fell asleep with peace of mind. What are you doing? Sleep, let me lean on you for a while. Wasn't it still an idiot Lele just now? Who's making me sleepy? Just let me lean on you for a while. The moment he fell down, he realized that it was him and fell back again. This was Suzu's reliance on him. Of course, Sakakihara Raku also noticed this. He even raised his hand to move her position and put his hand on her back and head. His left hand could feel the breath on her back, and his right hand could touch her hair that she had just combed in the morning. I lent it to her for a while, and the vehicle drove for more than 10 minutes. Sakakihara Raku heard her voice calling him. Brother shouted very softly. Well, what? Sakakihara Raku replied softly. When I was little, I slept on your lap like this, right? Yes, you like to lean against me like this every time you ride in the car. Now you want to recall your childhood. Sakakihara Suzu closed her eyes and smiled lightly on his lap. No, I just remembered the time when I lay on your lap and asked you to feed me sweets. Suddenly I felt that time passed so fast. It's so hard to let go. There seems to be something hidden in Aling's words. After careful consideration, I still can't figure it out. Do you remember this? Brother, you have to know that girls are naturally nostalgic. You have forgotten many things, and I can't forget them either. Sakakihara Suzu suddenly lost her intention to continue talking, and she yawned lazily. Then I'll keep my eyes open for a while. Remember to wake me up if you need to change cars. Okay. The journey took about half an hour, and not long after Suzu narrowed her eyes again, Sakakibara took her to the next bus. This girl is very peaceful when she wants to sleep or not, and she jumps around when she wakes up. She had to insist on going to the convenience store on the street in the city to buy a bag of potato chips for her. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Hee hee, how about you feed me later? It's a beautiful idea, Sakakihara Raku still answered. Afterwards, he transferred to the tram. After 2 stops, Sakakihara Raku pulled the ring and saw Amamai Nanamajetsu and Amamai Kuruori standing on the edge of the platform. They wear the same school uniform, same skirt, and shoes as a ling. Amamai Kuruori also saw the 2 of them on the platform outside, and she smiled normally at Raku Sakakibara on the train. Because when I see Julie Yulai, I always feel a little awkward. After the tram stopped, the 2 sisters got on. Because there was no place, they were naturally squeezed to their side by the crowd. Good morning, brother. Good morning. Chi-Chi also said good morning, and Sakakibara Raku naturally said good morning back. Nothing more was said after that. Amamai Kuruori has been observing Sakakihara Raku secretly and found that he is still very cold towards her. Originally, I got along very well with my brother. Everyone eats together at home, spends every day together peacefully, and occasionally calls his brother to come to the room to play games together. But now, it has reached the point where we have to avoid meeting each other. Tianhai Julie Yulai knew it was her fault, so while feeling guilty, she also wanted to redeem herself. Brother, if you need help with your club's recent problems, I can help. Recently, the club has not been recruiting many people. You know about this? Well, I've been paying attention to it recently. I learned about it from teacher Miyasaka. She contacted me because of your withdrawal from the club, but I haven't had the chance to talk to you recently. You probably won't read the email, brother. Want to help me? Yetianhai Julie Yulai nodded. Thank you for your kindness, but I have already found a club, so I don't need to trouble you too much. Tianhai Julie Yulai could hear the alienation in his words, but she was not discouraged, but smiled, and asked. What department did my brother join? Music club, Sakakihara replied casually. Music club, what instrument do you plan to learn? I haven't decided yet, so I went to check it out yesterday and wrote an application for joining the ministry. Tianhai Julie Yulai nodded, seeing that he didn't mean to talk more, and didn't bother him too much. When the train arrived at the station, Raku Sakakibara and Suzu got off first. After leaving the platform and coming to the turning point on the uphill road leading to the school's ginkgo trees, Tianhai Julie Yulai caught up with him. Here it comes again? However, since he chose not to respond to her emotionally, as a friend and an inescapable adopted brother and sister, Sakakibara Raku would still give her a chance to talk to him. This is for you. She took out a lunchbox from her bag. When Sakakihara Suzu saw this scene, she chose to turn her head behind Sakakihara Raku and not look at it. Sakakihara looked at the things she took with both hands, then looked at her again. Actually, there's no need for this. Tianhai Julie Yulai held the bento with both hands, with evasive apology in his eyes, and did not even dare to look at him. Isn't this a way to express goodwill? Since my brother and I are now friends and sworn brothers and sisters, then I will make it's not too much to give a bento to my brother, right? Sakakihara Suzu was on the other side and heard these words. Tianhai Julie Yulai's voice is very gentle, just like her personality, which has always been gentle. It was precisely because of her tenderness that she herself fell into the quagmire. The starting point is good if you want your sister to be happy, and the starting point is good if you want yourself to like Chi Minjio too. What's wrong is the method. The real Li Yulai may be so innocent. This is for you, brother. She handed over the bento in her hand again. Sakakibara fell silent. In his initial state, Sakakihara Raku would really not want to ignore her. He would even stay away from her in the face of her apology. This is more or less the temper of a child, an immature temper. As for now, Sakakihara shook his head and refused. Sorry, I won't accept it. Brother, don't you want it? No, I said, I have reason to reject your feelings. After seeing Sakakibara Raku rejecting the breakfast that her sister had made early in the morning, Amami Nanamajetsu turned around, crossed her arms, and did not look at this scene. The scene at this moment is very strange. 4 people. 2 people face each other, 2 people back to back. After hearing this, Amami Kuruori didn't show any unhappiness on his expression. Instead, he put away the bento he made normally, then held the shoulder bag with both hands again and looked at Sakakibara Raku again. Her long flaxen hair fell past her shoulders and spread out softly and naturally at the back. Well, I understand. If brother needs it, you can tell me at any time and I can send it to you. Delivering lunches in person? There's no need for this. It's nothing. My brother did this to me before. Now I won't disturb him anymore. Chi Minjayo and I will go to the classroom first. We have a morning meeting later. Well, you go about your business. After being rejected, Tianhai Julie Yulai politely bowed and left. Amami Nanamajetsu, who had exactly the same face, also followed him, and glanced at Sakakibara Raku as he passed by. She did not speak, but followed her sister in front, and then reached out to hold her arm. Sakakihara Suzu put down her hands and faced her brother who was much taller than her again. Why don't you accept it? Julie Yulai said she wanted to pursue me, so I can naturally regard her advances as pursuit and then refuse. Sakakihara Suzu stared into his eyes, then turned away and lowered her voice and said, Brother, you actually feel uncomfortable rejecting Julie Yulai like this? No way, I should refuse. Others don't know you Lele, don't I know? A gentle guy to death, a central air conditioner. When Julie Yulai was rejected and took back his hand, you obviously hesitated. You must have thought of how she felt about being rejected. She worked so hard to make bento for others but was rejected. That's why you hesitate. Raku Sakakihara was quiet for 2 seconds first. I'm not gentle. Look at those gangsters who made trouble for Xiaolin before. His hands were so twisted that he was hospitalized. That's for outsiders. You have already said that you will only be kind to your family members. But before, you did treat Julie Yulai and Chi Minjayo as family members, and so did I. Sakakibara Suzu said, lowering her voice again, and muttered, although sometimes I really don't like these 2 foxes, there was a time when we all got along very well, and I regarded them as family members. But, oh, it's so annoying. Why does my head get so frizzy when I think about it? Sakakihara understands Suzu's mood. She is also very complicated now, just as complicated as she is now. Having said that, I have to laugh at myself. Ha ha ha, to say that you are calm is to take it lightly. The things I have experienced before, my own personality, these things add up to make things impossible for me to be ordinary. When facing Julie Yulai and Kaimingyu, my mood will be extremely contradictory and complicated. Saying that letting go is easy. But when faced with it, no one can easily let go of this emotion. How to deal with this matter? After spending the morning class, Sakakibara still didn't understand this problem. He went to the cafeteria with Fujino and Nishijima to eat. After queuing up and ordering the meal, he realized that he didn't bring his wallet. The cashier and the students behind were all waiting in line for him. Swipe mine. After Yoshiyuki Fujino found out, he took out his restaurant card at the counter while holding the dinner plate. Afterwards, the 3 of them found a seat and sat down. Sakakibara, class monitor has agreed to your joining the music club, right? Raku Sakakihara used chopsticks to cut off the meatballs on the plate. I went to the music club yesterday to see the atmosphere there. It's really good. It's better to describe it as mutual encouragement and a positive attitude. Nishijima Ogai took a bite of the barbecued pork in his ramen and said, the various clubs in Miide school, especially the sports clubs, are very competitive, and impatience is inevitable, especially the boys' clubs. Girls are much more harmonious here, and this is especially true for literary and artistic clubs. Colleges and universities must have a lot of young ladies from famous families, and girls all learn from them. As for boys of the same status, they also prefer literary and artistic clubs. As for sports clubs, most of them recruit special students. When Sakakibara went to see the music club yesterday, did you think the atmosphere inside was particularly high-end? Sakakihara thought for a moment, that's right. Regardless of the classroom or the musical instruments, I can hear the music playing inside as soon as I get close to the building. Nishijima Oki explained, the music club and the general club are not in the same building. The original intention of this is to facilitate management, but this is the school's official approach. As for whether there are other reasons behind it, I can only say that there must be. To sum up, there are two sides to the student club of Myeong School. The literary and art club represents the prestigious plutocrats, and the sports club represents the ordinary special enrollment. As for the game club and the strongest man club that I met yesterday, it was more like something sandwiched between these two clubs. Both sides are weak. Even though everyone seems friendly on the surface, if you know the identity of the other person, you have to consider whether you should say hello or not. Nishijima Ogai raised his head, so, Sakakibara, do you know why you couldn't join the club yesterday? Sakakibara Raku, because of Juriuri's special status in the school, anyone saw that I had too much contact with her, and someone secretly caused a stumbling block. Well, that's pretty much what it means. Fujino Yoshiyuki seemed to want to say something, but at this moment, a person came to the entrance of the student restaurant. It seems to be directed at them. Nishijima Ogai reminded, that should be a third-year senior, seems to be someone from the student union. He's not here to cause trouble, Fujino Yoshiyuki guessed. However, the reality was not what the two of them thought. When the third-year senior came to Sakakihara Raku, the first step he did was to bend down and apologize. Sakakibara-san, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have posted that kind of thing on the campus forum, nor should I have greeted the heads of several clubs and told them not to let you join. I'm really, really sorry. After saying that, this guy whom Sakakihara Raku didn't even recognize bowed 90 degrees. You must know that this is the canteen at noon. Not to mention there are many students, there are also teachers eating here. An apology in full public view undoubtedly makes the crime public. Worse than social death. Apparently neither Fujino nor Nishijima expected this step. Instead, Sakakihara sensed something and subconsciously searched for someone in the entire restaurant. He didn't spend much time and soon saw Tian Haikimingyu sitting in the upper right corner of the restaurant, eating with Julie Yulai. Everyone in the entire restaurant looked at her. She was the only person next to her who was apologizing, and she was still eating like a normal person. The next second, the screen of Sakakibara's mobile phone placed on the dining table lit up. He looked down at his phone. A message popped up online. The contact name is Tian Haikimingyu. Don't get me wrong, this guy just collected information about my sister casually and asked him to apologize unexpectedly. He also apologized about you. As for whether you believe it or not, that is your own business. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 152. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons are constantly alternating. The wind of October blew into the classroom of the Department of Literature in the afternoon. On the neat desks in the classroom, the books were turned by the wind. Tian Haikiminyu's hair, which was placed with her hands across the desk, was lifted and turned. She closed her eyes and breathed evenly. The sound of glass wind chimes flowing from the window makes distant and fuzzy memories seem to emerge in dreams. In a flat minor, play the black keys first, then add some octave variations, speed up the variations. The chords interspersed among the ripples, and the sad notes flowed out, but then stopped abruptly. July, you made a mistake again. Bertha Heckia's slender hands held her forehead in disappointment. She glanced at her 5-year-old daughter sitting in front of the piano and criticized. Don't be so timid about playing this original piece by Powell. You have to understand that even though he had tuberculosis and suffered mental torture at the time, deep down in his heart, he still longed for something. He was discriminated against, and so he longed for recognition. He was forcibly taken to a mental hospital for electroshock treatment, so he longed for justice. Driven by all these reasons, he composed such a song full of passionate singing. The 7 bright moons in the sky stared at the piano under the moonlight, with their little hands on the cold bone-colored keys, silent for a long time. Bertha Heckia knew that her second daughter didn't like to talk very much, so she lowered her voice, held her arms, waved to her and said, "Forget it, let Liuli come up, and you go down in July." Tian Hai Kaimingyu walked down the piano stage in silence. Recall carefully where you made mistakes, think about them, and then improve them. Along with her mother's voice came a little girl who was exactly the same age, appearance, and even clothes as hers. Tian Hai Yuli glanced at her silent sister and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by her urging mother. "Luli, go up and get ready to start, Cleopatra's Dream, starting from the movement that July just missed." Bertha Heckia stood back and reminded her second daughter beside her, "Remember to see how your sister plays in July, summarize and review, and you will make progress." Soon, Tian Hai Yuli sat on the high piano bench under the watchful eyes of her mother and sister. She put her little hands on the keys and closed her eyes. Within a moment, the feeling that came to her heart made her slide the white keys. The music overflowed. She struck out the chords with her left hand, playing the piano in the layered rhythm. A lively melody. Bertha Heckia held her chin, closed her eyes, listened carefully with her ears, and nodded continuously, "Keep the rhythm, yes yes yes, very good, the crisis of the drum beat is coming." The sound of the piano gradually became better, and Tian Hai Kaimingyu continued to watch her sister's smooth movements on the stage. The mother's narrating voice also followed the music. Born in 1924, Powell was beaten by the police because of racial discrimination, was sent to a mental hospital for electroshock treatment, and was imprisoned for half his life by mental torture and tuberculosis. And he is a musician who has received classical piano training since he was 7 years old. Imagine him, the time he spent in a mental hospital, imagine the oppression he felt imprisoned in his mind and body, imagine his ambition to run, to break free, imagine dedicating everything to speed and freedom. Imagine a blue sports car, speeding on an endless highway, letting go of all speed, trying its best to rush towards the vast skyline in the distance with no end in sight. Bertha Heckia became increasingly satisfied and devoted herself to her daughter's playing. "Very good, seems to have found the rhythm, continue, use all your strength to accelerate." In line with her mother's fierce words, Tian Hai Yuli's playing speed on the piano became faster and faster, becoming more and more passionate. Just one clip made her so nervous that she sweated on her forehead, but the musical notes bursting out from the keys made her it is exciting and exciting. It's hard to imagine that a 5-year-old girl could play this piece. But Tian Hai Yuli not only did it, but also received praise from her mother, who is already highly praised in the piano industry. After it was over, Bertha Heckia smiled and said to her, "Although there are many wrong syllables in the middle, the overall rhythm has been maintained. The sound can be practiced, but the rhythm is the most difficult. You will lose your rhythm in July, remember to learn more from your sister. Come on, Liuli, do it again, try to make as few mistakes as possible this time." This night practice seemed to last until 11 o'clock in the night. Tian Hai Kaimingyu also stood below and listened to her sister's performance until 11 o'clock. The mother's face became blurred as she stood silently. She said she wanted to cook dinner for the two of them and let her sister continue practicing. After she left, her sister stopped the piano and looked at herself, who had been standing silently listening. My sister's expression seemed very complicated at this time, and I didn't know how to describe it. The image of my sister that my mother praised seemed to reappear before my eyes. Tian Haikaimingu lowered her head. Sister, I want to go out for a walk. Do you want to go out again in July? Okay then, I will tell mom that you have to go to the toilet and it will take a long time. Thank you, sister. You must also remember to come back early, mom is preparing dinner for us. Tian Haikaimingu walked out of the room, avoiding the kitchen. When going out, he pushed the door back. She looked up at the starry sky where she couldn't see the edge at all, and the light spots of the stars were reflected in her small eyes. She stared at it for a while, then quickly lowered her head and walked out. Tian Haikaimingu listened to Xia Chan's voice coming from the grass on the roadside, and walked and stopped all the way. She walked past a telegraph pole next to an intersection, then followed the road, passed through a path surrounded by trees, and came to the front of a wooden bungalow. Next to a potato patch. Here, there is a little boy of similar age, holding a hoe and digging something next to a potato field. The surrounding area is full of shrubs and weeds. You're here again. Tian Haikaimingu, who was sitting on a blue stone, just looked at him quietly. Why don't you speak? He asked. Don't like to talk. He glanced at the little girl sitting on the blue stone, shook his head and continued hoeing. What a strange person. You don't look like a girl of your age at all, and you often run past me to find me. What should it look like? Well, he stopped the hoe in his hand, touched his chin and thought for a while. You know, I have a younger sister. She jumps around every day, makes trouble all the time, leaves countless bowls behind when eating, and gets scolded by her father. How many times, haha, but every time she was scolded, she would hide behind me, hoping that I would help her block her father's scolding. And what do you say? It's too quiet, my wife is quiet. Isn't it good to be quiet? Both mother and father like silence. He obviously saw something in the little girl's clothes. He leaned the hoe against the pit and rested his hands on the tip of the hoe. Of course it's good to be quiet. Every parent likes quiet children. Tian Haikaimingu lowered her head and dangled her feet on the blue stone. Is your foot injury healed last time? All right. That's good. He looked at Tian Haikaimingu and suddenly said with a smile, I know, you should come here for vacation and stay in the newly opened resort hotel over there. How do you know? Tian Haikaimingu asked curiously. The little boy holding a hoe in front of her gave her a very different feeling. Judging from your clothes are very valuable. Very valuable. Well, it seems that you still don't understand the meaning of value, but all you need to know is that the clothes you are wearing are probably enough to feed an ordinary person for 2 months. Is it worth having enough food for 2 months? Well, I can't explain it to you, but 2 months' food is indeed valuable. He picked up the hoe and continued digging. I feel that you are very smart, quiet, and clever. At least my sister has never. She doesn't know how to think about the value of eating, so she just eats. Of course, I can't blame her, she's only 5 years old. Tian Haikaimingu's voice was very plain and small, sister is much smarter than me. He smiled again and avoided talking about the topic. I just guessed a little bit of your identity from your clothes. It reminds me of a person. Do you want to know a smarter person? Who is it? Tian Haikaimingu tilted her head on the blue stone. Holmes. Do not know. He has a reasoning called deductive reasoning, which means starting from the smallest corner of every matter, and then peeling off the whole incident, filtering it layer by layer, and finally the truth is revealed. Sounds amazing. Do you understand? He asked curiously. Understand a little bit. Is it so powerful? He murmured to himself. What's so great about this? It's very impressive for someone your age. How about it? Are you interested? What are you interested in? Listen to Sherlock Holmes's story. I still have things to do now. I won't go back for the time being. How about I tell you the story? If you can bear to listen. Then I'll start talking. Just sit quietly and listen like last time. Good. Tian Haikaimingu still sat quietly, listening to him slowly finish talking about the identity of John H. Watson, how he was shot in Afghanistan and retired from the army, and went to England to recuperate. In order to live in a cheap and good house, he chose to share a house with others. It tells the story of how he met a strange person, the famous detective known to the world, Sherlock Holmes. The little boy spoke vividly and made the appropriate gestures as he said. He is over 182 centimeters tall. He has a hooked nose and a thin body. He is extremely energetic when working. When he is resting, he will spend the whole day on the sofa. He is proficient in chemical knowledge, proficient in fighting, and understands psychology, anatomy, and geography, and he also knows a little violin. But he knows nothing about literature, philosophy, or astronomy. He is not a doctor. He doesn't even know that the earth revolves around the sun. Having shared a room with him for a long time, Watson was very curious and observed him for a long time, but he was never able to figure out what kind of job he did. What does he do? Tian Haikaimingu tilted her head slightly and asked. Detective. Detective. Observation, secret photography, fighting criminals, disguise, searching for evidence, highly concentrated attention can be described using these keywords. I don't know if you can understand. I can understand a little bit. That's good, you know it's good that you are the one who helps the police find the criminal. Tian Haikaimingu listened very carefully, because she wanted to know how powerful this detective Sherlock Holmes was, who was well known to the world. This was the first time she heard about the profession of detective, and the first time she heard the name Sherlock Holmes. She listened to his vivid description of how the two were involved in a case, how Holmes judged that the carriage was rented through the mud on the carriage that no one noticed, and how Holmes found out that the carriage was rented when everyone was confused. Grasp all the clues and tell them one by one, shocking everyone. Holmes' confidence in telling everyone all the characteristics of the prisoner seemed to be seen by the people in front of him. The details are advanced layer by layer, the reasoning is fascinating, and the sense of transparency connected by countless unrelated clues is a novelty that Tian Haikaimingu has never experienced before. Is this a detective? She swayed on her feet the whole time and listened to him finish his study in scarlet. The 7 bright moons in the sky and sea have been watching him. In the end, the 2 police officers asked Holmes, who had spent most of his efforts on this case, to go to other detective schools. But Holmes had already seen through everyone and said with a nonchalant smile, in this world, what matters is not what you do. It's about asking others to believe what you did. The story comes to an abrupt end. What happened next? Is there no story later? Did you understand everything? No, Tian Hai Chi Minjiu held her face and shook her head, shaking her calves back and forth. There are many things I don't understand what you are talking about, but I know that the man in the round hat is very powerful, and even the police can't catch him. He can catch it, and those other detectives are so annoying. He smiled and said, that's enough. Being able to listen patiently and understand part of it proves that you are smart. Is there any later story about this detective? Yes, but now that I've finished digging the hole, it's getting late now. I don't have time to tell you stories anymore, and I can't remember them all. After all, I haven't read them for a long time. He suddenly smiled again. Are you reluctant to let go? I leave. That's right, but I'm sorry, I ran out secretly. If my mother sees that I'm not in the house, she will definitely come out to look for me. I also sneaked out. Haha, that's really a coincidence. Do you understand what it means? I understand, but I don't know why you dug the ground for so long. This he squatted down, took out a small bottle from the ground, and then walked to Tian Haikaimingu. This is butterfly. I caught a butterfly for my sister before. She said she wanted it, so I caught one for her, and then I kept one in a bottle. Even though it was ventilated and given nectar, it still died. It's not good to throw it away casually. I'm afraid that my sister will bury it when she sees her sadness, and then tell her that the butterfly flew away at night. But the butterfly is so small, why do we dig such a big hole? In order to chat with you, I dug with a hoe and it became bigger. Tian Haikiming watched him bury the butterfly in the soil from above, and then watched him push the soil in with a hoe. My brother is a weirdo, and he has been since the first time we met. Huh? Then you are also a weirdo. There is no such smart kid at this age. Isn't my brother also a child? How should I put it, know a lot of things, but after all, I am still a child's body. Many memories will naturally fade away. At least when I was just born, I can't remember it at all now. Okay, it's time to go home. Come on, do you want me to take you back this time? Tian Haikiming looked at the shadow of him looking up at the night sky with his hands on his hips, and then suddenly lowered his head. I don't want to go back. Why? Don't like it there. But aren't you and your sister here to travel? It's a trip, but I still have to practice every day. I'm not as smart as my sister, and my mother rarely looks at me. Do you want to practice piano? I keep hearing the sound of piano over there lately. I was never really rich before, so I even bought a new piano for my trip. You just said you came back secretly. Are you unhappy? He asked. Tian Hai Chi Minjio lowered her head and crossed her hands in front of her little skirt when she found that he suddenly sat next to her. There is a cool breeze at night, the moon hangs on the branches, and summer cicadas are noisy in the forest. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the bright moon. When Tian Haikiming turned her head to look at him, she could smell a little bit of earthy breath on his body, and an indescribable emotion. In this case, let me tell you another Sherlock Holmes story, which is another case in the future. Really? You look very happy, it's true, but after I finish speaking, you have to go home. Otherwise, my sister and mother will worry about you. Good. Listen quietly to another novel and scary story. The absurd and weird atmosphere of the detective story seemed to linger in my mind. He sat next to her and stayed with her. She only had to look at him silently and listen to him speak, and she could know many different things. When he said to himself, "I'm going home," Tian Hai Chi Minjio also knew that he should go home. Can you find the road? Although this area is very safe, it's so late at night. The road is too dark. Once the moon is blocked, you can't see anything. How about I take you back? It's not far anyway. Tian Haikiming looked into his eyes and nodded weakly. It was indeed dark on the road. Without the flashlight in his hand, there would be only an invisible road. Through the darkness of night, we can vaguely distinguish which buildings are on the top of the mountain and which are piled up tombs. She followed him through the woods. There was often a crunching sound of branches being stepped on underfoot. In the dark night, only the beam of flashlight illuminated the lines of the trees. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Don't turn off the light. Tian Haikiming suddenly stood beside him. He turned on the flashlight again, smiled at the little girl next to him and said, "That's why I'm afraid." Well, I'm afraid. If you're afraid, just follow closely. We'll be at the entrance of the village soon. There's a hotel not far from Grandma's entrance. Good. Tian Haikiming actually returned to normal after being scared for a short while. Just now, you said that my sister is smarter than you, right? Yeah, he nodded after a long hesitation. Mom doesn't pay attention to you either. Have no idea. Although I have only met a few times, I know that you are very different and really smart. At least I have never met anyone of the same age who is smarter than you. If mom is partial, there is really nothing I can do to help you, but I think you are capable, feasible, and smart. As long as you work hard, you will be able to achieve what you expect, for sure. Halfway through his words, he seemed to be unable to continue. Forget it. I'm really not good at praising people. Brother, are you encouraging me? Oh, you can see it, haha. Don't you think this kind of encouragement is too childish? It's really too empty just to make people work hard without understanding the current situation, but I can't think of anything good for you. Encouragement. He led the way with his flashlight on, and laughed as if to lighten the atmosphere. Tian Hai Kaimingyu followed behind, looking at him, looking at the way he tried to encourage himself. Thank you, brother. It's nothing. Just some simple words of encouragement. I feel that you are different from ordinary boys. You know a lot and are very kind. Although no one wants to talk to me. Tian Hai Chi Minjiu's last words were so faint that only she could hear them. Let's do this. He suddenly had a suggestion, stopped and turned around with a flashlight in hand. It's not good to encourage me, so how about we make an agreement? Promise. Next time we meet, you will learn a little more, and I will prepare an extra story you like, so I will use this in exchange. Why do you do this? Why? Well, because I quite like people who know everything. Like someone who knows everything, Tian Hai Kaimingyu murmured again, and finally looked at him again. Yes, don't you think Sherlock Holmes is very powerful? You can deduce a person's career and identity from a little bit of detail. The more you grow, the more you understand the meaning of the character Sherlock Holmes. Yes, it's amazing. Tian Hai Kaimingyu remembered the story he just told himself. Then that's the deal. Promise, have you agreed? Well, that's it. Good. Pull the hook and press the thumb. Everything is simple and casual. Then keep walking, and I will continue to take you back. Good. As soon as the two of them passed the village entrance with street lights, they found someone walking in front of them with a flashlight, as if they were looking for something. The two stopped. It's mom and sister, Tian Hai Kaimingyu said weakly. Then I should go. Goodbye. If you have time, come see me again. He smiled and waved to her. He had no intention of meeting the other party's parents and was about to leave first. Remember what I said. Also, I want to say one last thing to you, but I don't know if you can understand it. Please say. Please don't hate yourself. At least, I think you are very smart. After he said these last words with a smile, he soon beckoned away. Tian Hai Kaimingyu stood blankly beside the small gravel road, watching him wave and leave, his shadow gradually getting further away on the small road in the middle of the night. He is getting further and further away, and the light in his hand seems to have become much smaller. Tian Hai Kaimingyu watched silently, held their little hands together, and counted in her heart what he said to herself. As I said, I will make a promise to learn more knowledge next time we meet. Also, if you like people who know everything, this is probably the 5th time we have met. Do you like people who know everything? Under the street lights with only the chirping of cicadas, the voice of her sister calling her name could be heard from behind. July. 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 The light penetrated into the eyes, and the hazy consciousness woke up from the distant memories. Tian Hai Kaimingyu, who was lying on the desk of the literature department, saw Tian Hai Julie Yulai, who was leaning in front of him and calling him up. Good morning, sister. Tian Hai Julie Yulai looked worried. School is over in the afternoon. Did you have a nightmare? No, I just dreamed about something. Didn't you say that someone is collecting my information on the forum? Let me come over. Yes, sister, there is such a thing. Tian Hai Chi Minjiu held her forehead, trying to find her mobile phone, but couldn't find it. Tian Hai Julie Yulai said for her, no need to look for it, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I see, then that person will be here soon. My brother should have gone back. When this was mentioned, Tianhaijuli Yuli's voice also dropped. Well, he has probably gone back by this time. Sister, are you already planning to pursue your brother? Yes, I told him I was sorry, July. Sister, you don't need to apologize to me, you shouldn't have cared about me in the first place. But, what will you do in July? You were not a kid. Childhood is something that happened when I was young, and I will forget it sooner or later. Tianhai Kaimingyu's voice suddenly slowed down a lot, and her expression was calm. Besides, it's not like my sister doesn't know, and my brother won't accept my confession. Tianhai Yuli still wants to persist. She understands her sister, and she also understands the meaning of letting Qi Minjiao confess her love. As long as you tell me about your childhood in July, he will recall it. Tianhai Kaimingyu shook her head. Sister, I just met her a few times when I was a kid. It's no big deal. Haven't you met several times? Really, I just met him a few times.